Your friend is very strong. A good thing to be when you're a Mason.
Could you make a Mason out of Little John?
Oh, it isn't easy to be a Mason. A Mason must be able to work with all different kinds of stone, be able to design buildings and draw up plans.
Can you do all that?
Oh, no, I'm only an apprentice. But I've learned a great deal since I went to work with Walter 2 years ago. In another 5 years, I hope to be a master Mason myself.
7 years. I didn't know it took that long.
Oh, there's a lot to learn. And to begin with, there's the 7 sciences. Grammar, logic, rhetoric, music, astronomy, geometry, and arithmetic.
Is that all?
No, there's also the discipline. An apprentice must be faithful to the church, the state, and the master under whom he works. He must be honest and truthful, and faithful in the secrets of the craft, the signs and symbols that only Masons know.
Is this one of your secret signs?
Oh, no. That's Master Walter's mark. All Master Masons leave a sign on their work. It identifies it.
Ah. Speaking of Master Walter, here comes Friar Tuck.
At least a week.
Exactly. Robin, you must go to Wickham at once. Here, take this ring. It's got my mark on it. When they see that, they're bound to give you all the help they can.
If they'll do that, Derwent and I will handle Sir Blaze.
Also, I'll make you a speculative Mason.
A speculative Mason?
Yes. Many eminent men from architecture and art study with us. And as we don't want to give away our trade secrets to outsiders, we make them Masons. Masons of the mind. We call them speculative Masons. Robin, come with me. This won't take long. It's quite a simple procedure. Just follow what I do. First, put your foot to mine. Your knee to mine. Your hand to mine. Your hand upon my back. There's marrow in these bones. Now you can freely enter any Mason's lodge. Welcome, brother. Now we can rejoin the others.
Thank you, brother.
Well, that's not necessarily true, because as you probably heard me say tonight, the people in the lower degrees really have no idea what it is to which they belong. They're there for gain, or because one of their friends belongs and brought them in, and they like the camaraderie, and they got to meet people they never would ever have met in their entire life. They are guaranteed to be helped up the ladder. They're guaranteed to be helped in any legal problem they have. They're guaranteed to get preference on contracts and jobs and promotions and everything else. So most of them are there for social and selfish reasons, for material gain, and for being able to hobnob with the top of the community. And they're what we call useful idiots. Okay. So just because they're in your militia, if they belong to the lower degrees, does not mean that your militia has been compromised.
Well, in regards to their oaths, if they were sent to spy, so to speak, because you have to realize that the people that the militias are directly in conflict with are the ones that are in the high positions that are causing all the grief in this government.
Absolutely, and that's when they would discover what it was to which they belonged, and at that point they would have to make a decision. Am I going to go and spy on these men who I love, and I belong to their militia group because I believe in this country and I think that we're going to have to fight for our liberties and freedoms? Or am I going to obey the dictates of the lodge and go and spy on these people? And
in regards to their oath, if they were sent, they would be compelled to go.
Well, not necessarily, because the oaths are taken under a fraud. That it is a benevolent order existing for the good of the community. Anything perpetrated under fraud is no longer holding or binding. Do you understand?
I understand.
So at that point, they could renounce it all and walk away. But now we have to ask ourselves, would they do that?
Well, from what I understand, it's under penalty of death, even for the lower degrees to do that. So I sort of am fearful in that regard.
Well, you have right to be.
Well, I would just tell our brothers out there to be watchful.
Yeah, it's the oaths that are the key, and it is the human condition that would probably make them obey the lodge rather than do what they should do and go and tell the truth about what they've been involved in and what they were asked to do and renounce it.
Well, I would encourage well documented, and it will blow your mind when you find out how deep this has entrenched.
Yes, and remember, it's not just Freemasons. It's all of these fraternal orders. I don't care what you call it. I don't care what they profess to be doing. When you get into the actual writings and speeches and newsletters and publications and training books and courses that they teach, you're going to find that this country was taken over by a subversive movement shortly after it was founded.
That's correct. Well, I'm going to let you go. I appreciate your show, and thank you for talking.
Thank you for calling.
Goodbye.
The number is 520-333-4578. That's 520-333-4578. And the subject tonight, you already know. You heard the Art Bell and the little 32nd degree Freemason deception there that I played for you, that Art Bell ran on his broadcast just a few nights ago. And folks, you would be just absolutely amazed. The newspaper or the newsletter or the journal of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, up until the point just a few years ago when it was discovered to be what it was called the New Age. Where do you think the New Age movement comes from? It comes out of these secret societies and secret orders. Were you aware that the exact same New Age movement with the exact same teachings prevailed in Germany during Hitler's rise to power during the 30s? Were you aware that Hitler belonged to the Thule Lodge in Germany? That he got his beginning and his boost up the ladder to the dictatorship of Germany because he was a member in a secret order? How many of you knew that? How many of you knew that Nazi means National Socialist German Workers' Party? It doesn't mean National Right-Wing Conservative Constitutionalist Christian Party. It means National Socialist German Workers' Party. Hitler was a socialist. The battle to bring Hitler to power was not between the right and the left. It was between socialism and communism, and Hitler didn't even know enough to know that the end goal of socialism is communism. Good evening. You're on the air.
Yes.
Just like the last caller, I need you to put your mouth right in front of the phone.
Yes.
Talk much louder.
Okay, better. I listened to your program, and I'm just wondering if there's some good books around that you may be able to offer, or that I can pick up someplace to more or less, give me a fuller education on this.
First one you need to look for right off the bat is Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike. If you go to enough used bookstores, you will find it.
Morals and Dogma
by Albert Pike.
Okay, thank you.
Start with that.
Thank you.
That should be your primary education. Thank you for calling.
Thank you. Bye.
520-333-4578. Anyone who there goes that dry throat again. My tongue sticks, literally, I'm not kidding, my tongue is sticking to my mouth. It's the most incredible feeling. Anyone who has not read Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma must do so. Good evening, you're on the air.
Fuck you, bitch.
Oh, there's a Freemason showing his true colors. Did you hear what he said? No one else would have done such a thing, ladies and gentlemen, because we're not talking about anything else, and we are not revealing anyone else. So there you have an example of the true colors of one of these subversive, mindless, robot puppet tricks. 520-333-4578. He didn't even have the guts to refute the facts. And none of them do with me. They can do it with someone who doesn't know, or when they're playing a game with another one of their own, such as Art Bell. But they can't ever and will not ever do it with me. They haven't got the guts. Because I open up my vast library of their own works here, and I quote their own greatest authors, greatest writers, and greatest speakers until they are left absolutely dumbfounded and driven into the dust. You poor, miserable, ignorant twit. Gutless, coward is what you were by doing such a thing. And you actually talk about the the rules of the lodge that you must lead such wonderful moral lives. One of the oaths, ladies and gentlemen, says that they will honor and protect the wives and daughters of their fellow brothers of the lodge, but all other women are fair game. 520-333-4578. And that should convince those of you who have accused me of screening the calls that it's not true. No calls have ever been screened on this broadcast. And by the way, we are not responsible for the profanity or the insults that anyone may hurl out at the world when they call. We have no idea who's on the other end of the phone when we answer. 520-333-4578 is the number. And you all know the subject. So let's hear your thoughts on this. And if there's a Freemason out there who's got some guts and also some brains and some intelligence and knows how to put forth an argument intelligently, please call. What do you want to bet, folks, that will never happen? And if it does, what do you want to bet? That I score a knockout. I'm sorry that he said what he did, but I'm glad that he called. Because nothing could illustrate the true nature of the Brothers of the Lodge better than that last caller did, without any help from me or anyone else. Good evening. You're on the air.
Yes, this is Bruce from North Carolina.
Hi, Bruce.
There are many Freemason members in the mafia or organized crime.
Oh, that's a very interesting and very good question. The mafia was actually formed from youth gangs in Sicily by a man named Giuseppe Mazzini. Not Molini, but Mazzini. His name was Giuseppe Mazzini. And he formed the mafia from street youth gangs long time ago. Now, if you watch the series of movies called The Godfather, you will see that during one of these episodes, or one of these, I think there was 3 of them, that the Godfather is being actually initiated into a secret order. Were you aware of that? Did you see all 3 episodes?
When I was 16, 17 when I saw that, and I didn't remember.
Okay. I suggest that everybody watch it from the beginning all the way to the end, and you will see that he is initiated into a secret order, and that the secret order has something to do with the Vatican. You will also, by studying the history of the secret orders, and the Italian secret orders in particular, find reference to the P1 and P2 lodges of Italy. There's also a P3. Have you ever heard of those lodges?
No, I
These are Masonic lodges in Italy. Now, just recently, the Italian government, in an effort to free themselves from the mafia and from corruption, did extensive investigations of these lodges. Did you remember the murder of Roberto Calvi?
No, I sure didn't.
You didn't. Well, he was murdered by hanging from Blackfriars Bridge in London. He was a highly degreed member of the P2 Lodge in Italy, and he was involved with the theft from the Catholic Church of maybe hundreds of millions or maybe even billions of dollars. You'll see this referred to or insinuated in The Godfather. Now, The Godfather was written by Mario Puzo from his actual discussions of the truth with real mafia high-ranking figures. In other words, The Godfather is based upon truth. It's a true story. It had to be written, and it had to be made into a movie as fiction, but it's true. You'll also find that the intelligence community of the United States of America was founded by one Wild Bill Donovan in the OSS. It's also a matter of record with major researchers like me, who have delved into the intelligence community and the secret societies, that all of the members of the OSS were Knights Templars. And it was the higher-ups of the OSS, the real veterans of the American intelligence effort during World War II, who founded the Central Intelligence Agency upon executive order of President Truman, who was a 33rd degree Freemason. During World War II, you'll find that the OSS conspired with the American Mafia to create links between the American Mafia and the Italian Mafia in order to spy on the Germans and Mussolini's political and military machine during World War II. You'll also find that post-World War II, the OSS and the Central Intelligence Agency were responsible for the creation of the P2 Lodge in Italy, which has been responsible for the major corruption and crime in that country and most of Europe for many, many years. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Have a good evening.
You're welcome. Yes, there's definitely a connection, ladies and gentlemen, between the organized underworld and the secret societies. The organized underworld is the underworld extension of the above-world fraternal lodges. How about that? Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
I think I sent you a copy of where the Masonic orders out of France was the leading overthrowers of Russia in 1917.
Yeah, the Grand Orient Lodge.
The Grand Orient Lodge.
Yes.
There was 42 lodges that led the revolution in Russia in 1917 and overthrow the Tsar and his family.
That's correct. They also did the same thing in France. The Grand Orient Lodge was responsible for the French Revolution.
Absolutely.
They were also responsible for the peasants' revolt in England, which tried to overthrow the English crown. And here in this country, it was not the Grand French Orient, but what they call the Jacobins, but they were aligned with the Grand French Orient. And France, in honor of the Masonic Revolution in this country, gave us the gift of the Statue of Liberty.
Right, and also, you remember it was Lafayette, Mason, that brought all the guns over here.
That's right.
Applied them. So I mean, this has been a Mason revolution for the last 225 or 30 years, and all you've got to do is get a hold of some of their books and read it.
That's right.
You'll know this stuff is going on.
That's true.
This new world order is nothing but a bunch of Masons trying to formulate this thing right here and make us all peasants in the world.
Well, not just Masons. It is the highest.
Yes, there's other organizations working with them.
Well, it's not so much organizations. It's the highest degrees of all of the secret organizations, which together call themselves the Brotherhood of Man or the Illuminati.
Bill, I've got books on these guys that you wouldn't believe. Well, you would, because you've read this stuff know it, but there's stuff in here. Did you know a Mason can't even be kicked out of the lodge for treason? Did you know that?
That's right. In fact, they must give him aid and comfort and shelter.
Well, he's a world citizen, see, so anytime he commits treason in a country where he's living, he's really not committing treason against the Masonic order. He's committing treason against a subject country.
Yes, that's correct.
This is the thing that goes on. Like you say, now I'm not referring to Blue Lodge Masons. I'm referring to the highest-ranking Masons in the world who have suckers out of the Blue Lodge Masons. And this has been going on so long till it's pathetic. Most Blue Lodge Masons are really ignorant of what's taking place.
You're right. And they also have secret agreements with the governments wherein their lodges exist. For instance, here in the United States, the government has agreed, and there is an agreement between the lodge and the government, that no Freemason can be arrested or persecuted or shot or anything else if he is actually within the doors of the lodge. And police officers have no authority within the lodge.
We just had two Masons here in central Missouri that raped. They was having one of their big shindigs, and they took these women upstairs and raped them upstairs. Like Bill Clinton's pulling that stuff. He's a D-Malay, I believe.
Yes.
He's probably a full-fledged Mason now. But anyhow, these two Masons raped these two women, and it come out. It was the headlines of the Springfield, Missouri Leader newspaper. It was about a year ago. Nothing never happened to these guys. They just swept it under the rug.
Sure.
But if that would have been somebody else, they'd went to jail for it.
Well, especially in the state of Missouri. Missouri is one of the most prominent Masonic states in the Union.
Yeah, Bill, there's 121,000 Masons in the state of Missouri.
That they are willing to make public.
Well, that's what their books read, but now that's not...
Well, you don't have access to their books. Those are the secrets of the lodge.
Of their lodges.
Yeah, those are the secrets of the lodge.
There's 54,000 Masons in the small state of Arkansas, too.
Yes.
And out there in Arizona where you live, you've got 14,600 or 700.
Well...
There's not as many Masons in Arizona.
Well, now, let me say this again. You don't know that. Well, those numbers are secrets of the lodge. They only make public what they want to make public, and they will never reveal the membership of a Freemason who does not want to be revealed.
Yeah, well, I'm saying this is in their book. It's the official registry of the Masonic Lodge. This is the number they give.
Well, I've seen those numbers, too, and I'm not sure that they're true.
Well, there's probably more than what the book says. It's like you say. If you don't want to be... outed, as they say in the lesbian world, well, then they just keep it quiet.
That's true.
But, Bill, it's been nice talking to you, and I'm going to send you some stuff and let you read up on this, and maybe some of these guys that don't believe this stuff, have them to write in and send them a little brochure of it. It's public knowledge if they want to look for it.
Well, some of it's public knowledge. It's not all public knowledge. You have to look real hard to get into the secrets of the lodge.
If you'll search these bookstores and find some of their old Masonic books that goes back around the turn of the century, they didn't hide it too much because most people back in those days didn't get a chance to get out and read this.
Yeah, the older the books,
now that they're dead and gone, these books are out there.
Yeah, the older the books, the more truth you will find in them.
You got that right. Thanks, Bill, for taking up your time.
Well, thank you for your call. You cannot apply what you think you know, or what maybe you really do know, to what you're reading and make it come out right. Because what they believe and what you're reading is completely different from anything that you've ever learned or believed or known in your entire life. And it will completely baffle you until you learn to start fresh, like you never learned anything in your life, and then begin to learn what it is that they really believe, what they're really saying, and you've got to learn their secret symbolic language. It's important. You see, folks, Freemasonry is an occult secret society. And all Freemasons have aligned themselves with the occult. And it's the obvious conclusion that anybody with even a casual knowledge of the lodge are ultimately forced to realize. Occult simply means deliberately kept hidden. They don't want the public to know. Not revealed. kept behind the veil. You'll see a lot of reference to that veil. So, you have to understand that all Freemasons, all of them, even if it's your father or your brother or your sister, and yes, women can be members in the Order of the Eastern Star, or in a co-masonry lodge, where they practice co-masonry, as they call it, where the sexes attend the same lodge. You have to understand, they cannot and will not ever tell you the truth. And no matter how skillful a liar they may be, no matter how convincing they are, when they tell you that, oh, I wouldn't lie to you, you're my son, or you're my daughter, or you're my wife, I would never tell you a lie. This is what the lodge is all about. And then they spin their little web of deception. Listen to me very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. All Freemasons, whether male or female, no matter whether it's called the Freemasonic Lodge or the Ancient Order of Rossi Cruci or the AMORC or the Knights Templar or the Knights of Malta or the Order of the Golden Dawn or the Templi Orientalis or any of these things, doesn't matter. They are all forbidden upon pain of death, by solemn oath, never to reveal what goes on behind the closed doors of the lodge, never to reveal any of the actual secrets of the lodge, and when put into a position where they either must tell the truth or tell a lie, they must tell a lie, and they will not hesitate to do it. They are chronic, profound, and extremely good liars. So don't ever believe that when you sit down with one of them and they tell you that it just isn't true what you hear. This is what we're really about. This is what we really do. They're lying to you. They know they're lying to you, and that's all they can do is lie to you, because upon pain of death, they cannot ever tell you the truth. And when they tell you that their oaths mean nothing, because they're just a bunch of rituals, and they don't mean anything, it's just ancient ceremonies that we go through, and we just do it, for tradition and history, they're lying to you again. Honorable men and women never ever take an oath unless they fully mean that oath within the depths of their soul and the bottom of their heart, and that they fully intend to keep it and carry it out. And if they tell you that the oath means nothing, they're also telling you that they are without honor, and that any oath that they would take in a court of law means nothing. Any oath that they would give you would mean nothing. That their marriage vows mean nothing. Do you understand? Good evening. You're on the air.
Hello there. Would you allow me to give people a source of a good set of books concerning this? There seems to be some interest in where to find information.
Sure.
Are you familiar with Scarlet and the Beast series?
Yes, I am. But let me preface it with this caution, and then you can give out whatever information that you want.
Okay.
The author has an agenda. He leaves out two prominent world powers that are also involved in this and have been infiltrated and in many cases created by this. In other words, he presents the battle in the world taking place between British Freemasonry and French Freemasonry. And that just isn't true. Because, in the first place, British Freemasonry is not as powerful as it once was. The true leadership in Freemasonry is the Scottish Rite, which has its headquarters in Washington, D.C., and is not British at all.
Okay,
and wait a minute, there are two others that he forgets conveniently to mention. That's International Zionism and the Vatican.
Okay.
Now that the audience knows that, you can give your information.
Well, apart from that, would you agree that this would be a good initial source for people to start at least getting the foundation of the background, the history,
It's an excellent treatise on the history of the subversiveness of Freemasonry, but they have to understand that when they're reading it, that the person who wrote it is intentionally sheltering and protecting Zionism and the Vatican.
Okay. And I thank you for bringing that to my attention because I was not aware of that.
Well, you're welcome. Did you know, ladies and gentlemen, that Norman Vincent Peale was a 33rd degree Freemason? Did you know that... oh, I don't know if I should pop so many bubbles here. Billy Graham is a 33rd degree Freemason of the Scottish Rite. Ronald Reagan was a 33rd degree Freemason. I could go on and on and on and on. I could name so many people, you just wouldn't believe it. But it's true. 520-333-4578 is the number. And if you'd like to give your input, we're interested in hearing it. Now, isn't it incredible, ladies and gentlemen, that in a nation founded upon liberty and freedom, we have people who believe that they have to meet in secret, and then after meeting in secret have to try to convince us that there's nothing wrong with meeting in secret? How can that be? You see, no one meets in secret unless they know that their neighbors, their community, their friends and relatives would object to what is going on if they, in fact, met in public. It's incredible what you learn when you take the blinders off and begin to look at the world as it really is. Let's go to a book called The Dark Side of Freemasonry, edited by Ed Decker. He says that Anton LaVey, the high priest of the Church of Satan, states that, and I can verify that he did because I did some research into the Church of Satan, Anton LaVey, and its connection with military intelligence. He says that Anton LaVey says, quote, Masonic orders have contained the most influential men in many governments, and virtually every occult order has many Masonic roots, end quote. That's true. Most occult orders sprang from Freemasonry. Good evening, you're on the air.
Yes, Mr. Cooper?
Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Bud from St. Louis, and I really don't know how to go about all this research and everything. However, my father is a Mason.
Uh-huh.
And
you're not alone, by the way. Many people's fathers are Freemasons. And
pardon?
I said you're not alone in that respect.
Yeah, I read your book, and Behold a Pale Heart.
Mm-hmm.
And I gave it to my father to read and my mother to read. She's Eastern Star. They didn't want to have anything to do with it. And I also gave them another book, Tragedy and Hope, Carol Quigley. She didn't want nothing to do with that.
Yeah, Carol Quigley was William Jefferson Clinton's mentor.
Oh, yeah.
In college.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's an insider, yeah. And anyhow...
In fact, Tragedy and Hope confirms everything that I've ever said on this broadcast.
Really? So that book is very accurate?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I could send you tons and tons of, Masonic literature and stuff like that. I don't know if it would do you any good. My father is a 32nd degree. He's got Scottish Rite plaques on his wall. And I've gone up, with magnifying glasses to these plaques on his wall. And it's got even a quote from the Quran. They're like they're an umbrella encompassing all religions. Is this what they're trying to do, or?
No. In fact, they don't encompass any religions. What they are is a religion unto themselves, wherein man is God.
Mm-hmm.
They worship the intellect.
I asked him a direct question one time. I said, does your lodge, will your lodge confess that Jesus Christ is Lord? He says, no, we won't do that.
Not ever.
We can't do that.
In fact, he can't even mention the name of Jesus in the lodge.
They always say God, but they don't say what God.
That's right. Their God is Lucifer, and it's not even a God; it's a philosophy.
I've also heard, sir, I would like to ask you. There's a company that I found that I can get the copy of Pikes. I can't really think of his first name.
Albert.
Yes, Albert Pikes.
Morals and Dogma.
Dogma, sir. And I was just wondering, they want $55 for it. Do you think that's been watered down, or?
Well, if I were you, I would go to used bookstores. You will find an old copy in used bookstores, and that's the one I would trust.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's strange because this place is called Kissinger Publishing Company.
Well, Kissinger reprints a lot of these books, but we don't know if he's reprinting the entire books or if he's omitting things. All I can tell you is that if you find the original old volumes, and the older the better, they tell all of the truth in all of those old volumes. And as they began to discover that many of us were beginning to research and reveal the truths of what they really are, what they really believe, and what they're really about, that they have been sanitizing their publications. So you can buy the same book now that was written 100 years ago, and you'll find the one that was written 100 years ago will tell the truth, and the one that's written now leaves it all out.
You know, it's strange because when my wife called inquiring about this book, she says they want to take them off the shelves. They don't want the the woman that works for Kissinger Publishing says that her father was a 36th degree or 33rd degree Mason.
33rd.
Yeah, and she didn't want. She said that her father had told her that they're trying to take them all off the shelves or something. So I don't know if that was a ploy just to get to buy the book or what. But my mother had recently ordered a book from the St. Louis Public Library. And it's supposed to be coming in.
Well, it's the truth. They don't want the public, what they call the profane, to read their publications. Because there are some people who aren't stupid that can figure it out and discover the truth about who they are, what they believe in, and what their goals are.
Have you ever heard of a preacher by the name of Dennis Fisher down in Florida?
No.
The ministry's called Psalm 23. He's really, really getting deep to trying to expose the Masons.
Doesn't ring a bell.
I would like to get your information on how to send you donations for this cause, and I would also like to, get involved in this because this has wreaked havoc on me, my wife. It's caused terrible arguments. I've lost my father and my mother as I've known them since they've joined, and I think he's been a Mason for...
Well, here's what they believe. Even if you are a relative, even if you are their son, even if he was a son and you were his father, here's what they believe. If you are not one of us, you are nothing.
That's right. Well, I read in your book it said Goyim, cattle.
Yeah. Yeah. You've been listening to The Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper, the man William Jefferson Clinton named as the most dangerous radio host in America. Now, you know why.
As a reminder, the thoughts and opinions expressed here are solely the opinions of the participants and do not represent any Grand Lodge statements or positions. Make sure you keep your conversations open for the public and on the level. To interact with us, send questions and comments to our Facebook event page for episode 250, Anti-Masonic Extremism, or on the YouTube chat running alongside this video. So welcome and good evening to all of our live viewers. My name is John Ruark. I'm a past master of the Patriot Lodge number 1957 in Fairfax, Virginia. Next up for introductions, we have Mike the Intern. Say hi, Mike.
Hey, Mike the Intern here. That's Mike Hambrick from Triandria Lodge 780 in Rock Creek, Ohio, where I am the junior deacon and lodge education officer. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Next up, the Juan Sepulveda.
Hello, everybody. Juan Sepulveda here from the Winding Stairs Freemasonry podcast and a brother from Orange Blossom Lodge number 80 in sunny Kissimmee, Florida. Good evening, brothers.
Good evening. Good evening. Last host for tonight, Jason Richards.
It's not quite true, but Here I am, Jason Richards, past master of Acacia Lodge number 16 in Clifton, Virginia, member of the Colonial Lodge number 1821 in Washington, D.C.
Last official, regular host of the Masonic Roundtable because... Yes, semantics. Because we do have a guest host tonight. Let's see if we can unmute our brother here. Let's see here. Brother Tony, could you go to the top of your screen and unmute yourself?
Good evening.
There we go. Introduce yourself, Brother Tony. Where are you from?
Good evening. I'm from Humboldt, Tennessee. We're located about 70 miles outside of Memphis, Tennessee. And I'm with Humboldt, Tennessee Lodge number 202.
Okay, so let's get into this week's topic, which is anti-Masonic extremism. Now, Brother Tony Kale has done a lot of research into all the various groups, the type, and basically what to look out for. And we were lucky enough to get an advance copy of his new and upcoming book, which he'll certainly talk about tonight and plug again at the end. But Brother Tony, would you set the stage for kind of the current state of anti-Masonic extremism? Because like this is all like old stuff, right? Like this all happened back in like the anti-Masonic period, right? This is nothing new.
Yeah, it's just 1830s stuff.
Right. Well, I wish we could say that. Traditionally, we've seen anti-Masonry in a number of forms, and I know you gentlemen had a wonderful show on that a while back and talking about religious forms and political forms and some of the different approaches to it. But one of the things that we're seeing these days is a more violent bend in the anti-Masonic culture. In fact, we're seeing what I believe could be termed as anti-Masonic extremism. And the difference is, traditionally we've had people, and in fact, I know some people that are anti-Masonic philosophically, and they have issue with our fraternity, but they would never take it to a criminal or violent extent. They would perhaps like to have debate and things such as that, which is fine and well. But what we're seeing is this new form of this extremism where individuals and organizations are actually taking their ideology about Freemasonry and actually putting it into acts of violence, or in some cases for a call for violence. And so this is definitely a different wave of anti-Masonry. There's a little bit more anger and a little bit more aggression. And we're starting to see this manifest in some very physical ways around the world.
So what do you think is rooted behind all this? Is there a variety of reasons why, or is there some sort of cause that's causing this affect on these various anti-Masonic extremist groups?
Well, I think we're seeing a number of different variables at work. Initially, anti-Masonry in the beginning, we could see the resistance to Masonry simply as a philosophy where we were butting heads with organizations and individuals who wanted to express a particular power over a people or restrict thinking and about different philosophies. And so there was that initial conflict. But I think what we're seeing these days is we're seeing this aggression manifest among some of the different groups and individuals that we've historically seen problems from, whether that be white supremacists, whether that be jihadists, whether that be from various neo-Nazi organizations. And we're also seeing that among individuals who don't necessarily get involved in those types of organizations, but there's a concept that I think is important to consider in this. Investigative reporter Chip Burley speaks of a concept of where he talks about scripted violence. And in this scripted violence, he basically makes a point that when someone is condemned from a place of authority, that the hearers of this message are sometimes set in motion. If you break down a specific person or group, then the individual who's hearing this starts to set in motion this feeling that, well, they're coming to get us, so we need to get them before they get to us. And so this is where we're starting to see some of the incidents involving lodges being burnt, death threats being sent, surveillance being performed on members. So it's just a very different vibe than the traditional anti-Masonic stuff.
Well, you get incidents of vandalism as well, right? I know, the first couple of years of the show, when we were reading off Chris Hodap's blog, it was pretty much like every other week where we were like, and another lodge got broken into, and there's more arson.
Absolutely. Yeah. And, it's interesting to watch these events unfold because the work I do outside of the fraternity, I work a lot with law enforcement and different protective agencies on understanding terrorism and extremists. And one of the things that we see among extremist groups is this performance of what's known as direct action. Direct action is a form of protest that many times takes the form of sabotage and sometimes violent attacks. And we're starting to see some of these anti-Masonic extremists do those things, whether it's setting fire to lodges. In fact, we've seen that since 2000, over 13 lodges throughout the United States burned by anti-Masonic extremists. And so, this is incredible. If the lodge was a church or a synagogue or a mosque, the public, in many cases, I think, would look at this very differently. But we have these cases. We have close to 15 incidents since the year 2009 where lodges were broken into and things were stolen and destroyed and intentionally torn apart to show this disdain toward the fraternity.
One thing I have to ask about that, though, is, are these just individuals, or do we know that there's group activity behind it?
I think we are seeing both cases. We are seeing individuals who feel led, who have this, I describe it in the book in some cases as these delusions of grandeur that they've been sent to destroy the quote evils of Freemasonry. But the flip side is we are seeing a gathering of these individuals. The internet is a wonderful thing. It allows us to do what we're doing right now and bring some very positive things to the world. But in the same vein, when we look at criminals and those who seek to harm others, it's sort of brought some of these minds together. And so we're actually seeing some of these anti-Masonic extremist groups creating their own culture. Mm-hmm. I know that in the past, when I've worked cases involving some of the different transnational criminal organizations, particularly some of the drug cartels, we saw the development of narco culture in which there's its own music, there's own dress, its own symbols and language. But we're actually seeing that with the anti-Masonic extremist lobby. We're seeing the clothing, we're seeing a language with particular cultural terms being put together. So there's a cohesiveness coming to there together.
Yeah, give a couple examples of what you mean by that.
Yeah, we're seeing social networking among some of these groups where they're passing along various terms. They'll use a lot of the conspiracy terminology from one of the big ones is gang stalking. This belief that there is a particular group of people stalking individuals. Well, now there's a concept known as MGS, or Masonic gang stalking. And the belief is that large groups of our brothers are stalking individuals. And we're finding cases where some of these individuals who have this belief are getting in online forums and talking about, what kind of gun should I purchase? Which lodge should we burn down? We're seeing the building of this culture of symbols that are being used to designate anti-Masonic symbols. That I see one had mentioned the term Killuminati. Killuminati is becoming a very popular word among the anti-Masonic extremists. Originally brought to the forefront by hip-hop artist Tupac Shakur, and he in one of his songs he talks about essentially breaking down this New World Order or this Illuminati. That term has been appropriated now by these extremists, and we're seeing the term show up in graffiti. We're seeing it show up in the form of threats, and so it's moved from this mindset of simply we disagree with Freemasonry to we need to commit acts of violence toward Freemasons.
So honestly, what you're also saying here is that we should not ignore these guys as just nutcases and, paranoids on an individual basis, because there's really not intentionally, but in most cases necessarily, but an actual group behind them, not the ones ordering them to do anything, but a group behind them where it's happening.
Absolutely. In looking at a lot of different extremist organizations through the years, when we see conspiracy theories raise their head, it's very tempting to write someone off as unintelligent or perhaps having a mental illness because they subscribe to one of these conspiracy theories. But the truth is, scientific data has shown that a lot of these individuals are highly intelligent, highly organized. And just having a conspiracy theory and subscribing to it is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, if we didn't question and show skepticism toward certain things through history, we may have never truly discovered the truth about them. But the crux of this, where the rubber meets the road in this, is when you set things in motion physically. And it's one thing to believe, like some of the anti-Masonic people, that, this particular lodge is worshiping the devil and killing goats and doing all this stuff. It's quite another thing when we see some of these individuals performing surveillance on lodges, printing out GPS coordinates to lodges, showing map layouts of lodge property, sending threats to members. It takes it out of the realm of just speculating on theories and actually brings a very dangerous component to the situation.
So the real question I have then too is, how is this? I mean, inciting violence is a crime, and that is something that can be prosecuted against. How easy is it to catch these groups when they're trying to incite this type of violence, or is this just some kind of a cat and mouse game that they'll move to another private Facebook group and they'll do this all over again? What's the kind of lawful interaction like?
I think it differs individually with who we're dealing with, but historically, that we've either written off or not considered a potential threat. And I think when we go back and look, just the number, for example, the number of videos on YouTube of people standing or driving in front of a lodge, filming and narrating this horrible belief about all the quote horrible things happening in that lodge. It's
yeah, I've seen a few of those videos where you have these individuals who subscribe to these particular ways of thinking, and they'll be, like you mentioned, Tony, they'll be parked in a car just across the street from a lodge, recording and narrating what they're seeing. It's like, oh my God, look at them, how disgusting. And look at this guy. I bet you he does this and he does the other. And keep in mind that these people are talking to their followers. And there's an element there of devotion that comes from these individuals respecting the word of that one person. And regardless of how misinformed or how incredible that individual's ideas are, that doesn't matter to the followers. Just think about how many cults you've seen, or how many religious denominations you've seen where they have a very charismatic leader who says a few things that their followers can identify with, and then they don't corroborate anything that they say. If they read a passage of scripture and then attribute some sort of significance to it, it doesn't matter, because this leader said that particular passage means this. I take it in to heart, and that's what it means to me. That's
Absolutely
the same dynamic that's happening here with these conspiracy theorists and their feelings towards Freemasons.
Well, and it's blind faith, that's enabled by somewhat of a cult of personality.
Well, it's interesting when we talk about the real threat of this. Back in 1994, one of the biggest cult related violence incidents that happened around the world was in Japan with the sect known as Om Shinrikyo, and their leader Shoko Asahara told his followers that Freemasons were attempting to take over the world, and so there needed to be various acts of violence to stop this upcoming Armageddon that Freemasons were allegedly tied to. And we know that the group was responsible for dumping several amounts of sarin gas into the subways of Japan, and killing a number of individuals and injuring a lot of folks. And again, this motivation, we look at the recent incident with Pizzagate and all that happened there, where these conspiracy theories about sex trading and pedophiles and all this stuff going on at the pizza parlor ended up leading to an individual coming in and trying to shoot up the place. So we do see how these theories set a lot of this stuff in motion.
Yeah, and another thing too. I mean, as you said, there is actual events going on. So it's not just the incitement of violence. There's actually, according to your website, you say that since the year 2000, there have been over 15 lodges intentionally set on fire. Since 2007, there have been over 20 lodges vandalized with graffiti and extensive property damage to lodge furnishings, records, and historically significant texts, and even that there's a growing anti-Masonic extremist network that collects intelligence. Not just hypothetical. This is actually going on.
Absolutely. And it's interesting. We're seeing the process of radicalization, much like how we saw at one point with jihadists who were using the internet to socially interact with individuals that in many cases were vulnerable and isolated. And they motivated these individuals to commit specific acts of violence. And we're seeing this among some of these groups. We actually watched in one particular social network where an individual came online with photographs of a local lodge, and he said, I know what's going on here. And someone responds to him and says, well, perhaps you should put a listening device there so we could really hear what's going on in that lodge. Now, if they did that outside our lodge, there probably would be a lot of coughing and trying to decide on what we're going to cook at the pancake breakfast, but right. Not a whole lot of nefarious activities there. But it went on from there, and it came to a point where individuals started saying, burn it down. Let's tear this down. This is the temple of Satan. Burn this place down. And so we're seeing this form of radicalization taking place. And, much like a lot of extremist groups, they find individuals who are angry, who sometimes have experienced a trauma in their life, and they're looking for something to hang this on. And, if you feel like the government or some large entity is the reason you've lost your job, or the reason you have to pay more taxes, or the reason that crime has gone up in your neighborhood. We are the face of the Illuminati to a lot of these folks. It's really difficult trying to convey that education, one, about the authenticity of the Illuminati and versus what the popular conspiracy theorists believe in concepts related to the Illuminati. But again, with these attacks on lodges and with these attacks on the fraternity, we're seeing this is sort of a form of symbolic warfare. There's a concept discussed many times among extremist groups and terrorist groups, and that's iconoclasm. You notice that in times of war, we see that there are images such as images of religious statues that are torn down, or images of political figures that are destroyed. And basically, this is a taboo. This is violating a taboo of taking something sacred to someone and tearing it down. Well, the issue with that is it's not that someone's targeting a lodge. It's not that someone's targeting the culture. It's that there is, in many cases, this is a predecessor to violence. And so we see, the lodge didn't do something to this extremist. It's what it stands for to them.
Yeah, one thing I found fascinating about the early copy of the book that you passed along was the amount of graphics that you included of actual posts and actual images and actual so the iconography, to your point, that goes behind this is that people take the time to create these elaborate designs to incite some sort of evocative sense of feeling, and it's not just someone who had a bad day. It's premeditated for sure.
Absolutely, and it's calculated, and it's amazing that it's back in I think around 2009, I did some work with a church crimes task force where there were a number of arsons going on in the southern United States involving churches that were being burned. And in many cases, there were incidents related to racial extremists. But one of the cases that I was called to consult on involved an individual who burned a church because his belief was it was a symbol of evil. It was something that he needed to strike against. And so I think we're seeing this momentum building where this ideology that Freemasonry, it's not enough just to disagree or to write books or make videos about it, but we must physically attack the institution of Freemasonry through these symbols. Well, I think it is important we do keep a balance between being paranoid and being safe. But I think we have, unfortunately, had a number of incidences that have gone unreported. And sadly enough, I have talked with brothers in different lodges who incidents related to vandalism and physical property damage are just common occurrences. And they're like, yeah, we know that every year, at least 3 times, we're going to get hit with A, B, and C. Sadly, that's sort of become minimized. And with this growing threat of anti-Masonic extremism and these acts of violence, I think it is definitely something we need to be aware of. And I think it's something that we definitely need to be proactive about. And to be honest, though, I think we should be proactive when we go to the mall, when we go to church, when we go to the park. I mean, unfortunately, we are in a time in history where there is a lot of anger and a lot of violence, and we have to have that balance. We have to have that balance between being protective and still being able to enjoy life and not walk around looking behind every bush, Documenting these groups, documenting these extremists. If your lodge receives a threat or receives strange papers posted up on the outside of the lodge, document that, because it very well could be an indicator of something else to come, or maybe it'll be something that you can just write off and 6 years from now go, yeah, you remember when that guy left this crazy letter on our lodge? And that's fine and well, but I think we definitely need to document these incidents.
And I was thinking, I listen to a lot of Masonic podcasts, of course, and Fort Worth 148, great podcast, great group of guys. They actually were talking a couple of years ago, I think it was, on one of their podcasts that they actually don't meet first-time prospective candidates at their lodge. They don't even tell them the address of the place. And from what I understand, it's not, a lot of our lodges are easy to find, but in their case, I guess it's really not super easy to find. So they actually say, we'll meet here, for prospective candidates. And there's actually been a really good reason for that. At least in their case, they've actually had some really bizarre prospective candidates. One guy actually something to do with being a Jedi Knight. That's a little out there, but it's one of those truisms for them. But I can see the same thing going with exactly what you're talking about here. Some of these anti-Masonic extremists, being targeting the lodge and looking at it from that perspective. And honestly, I was actually visiting a lodge not too long ago. We were actually doing a chapter practice, pulling some stuff out, and a guy actually came in through a back door into our storeroom, walked into that and walked inside and was saying, I'd seen this place and he started asking all kinds of questions. Now, he was obviously someone we wouldn't want to actually have join the lodge, but it was, a little disconcerting.
Absolutely. There's a video floating around from an individual who's very much anti-Masonic, and he had visited a public function that was being held at a lodge, and he walks through the lodge with this hidden camera on, and he's going, see, in that room, that's where they do that secret ritual, and over here is probably where they sacrifice the animals, and all this stuff like that. But the issue was,
they have burned a fair number of chicken dinners.
Yes.
Guilty as charged. I wanted to also mention that what is an even bigger threat at this point, like a very credible, immediate, and concerning threat, is guarding the West Gate. It's really doing your job in paying attention as to who you are allowing into the lodge room. In the case that Brother Mike mentions, where you have this, this guy walking in, very curious, or the one that Brother Tony mentions, coming in and scoping the place, like that kind of stuff will happen. But if you're vigilant, you see someone acting out of place, if you're paying attention, you'll see what's happening, and you may be able to, intercept them and talk to them and perhaps answer some questions, and, perhaps, I don't know how much you could do to sway their opinion, but at the very least, you can give them a, positive experience of what a real Mason is. And on the other hand, when it comes to like investigative committees or petitioning committees, like this is not a step of our process that can be taken lightly. And I've gone to some investigations where it seems like we're pitching to them why they should join our lodge. It is the other way around. An investigative committee's job, or the purpose of it, is to see what kind of an individual we are permitting in our midst, and the kind of individual that we may be comfortable having at a table, having dinner with our children and our wives in a Masonic environment. So, for the, brothers that might be a little too overworked by the conversation that we've had today, a more credible threat is allowing people into our fraternity that are going to be a high risk for for the fraternity's image, for the harmony of the lodge, that kind of stuff we need to be very vigilant for at this very point.
Yeah, it's hard to kick people out. We're kind of like Masonry is kind of like a big bureaucracy in that sense. We don't like to close organizations, and we don't like to kick people out.
That's right.
Yeah, but we need to keep them out ahead of time. So
yes,
that's exactly the big key.
Mm-hmm. All right, I think it's a good time to start wrapping things back up. So let's go around for final thoughts and shameless plugs, starting with Mike, the intern. Mike, what's your last call on this?
Okay, so yeah, my big thing is be very vigilant with your lodge. Pay very close attention to who's coming in, who's visiting, who's not visiting your lodge as non-members or whatever, but more who's showing up and asking the questions about your lodge and what you're letting them do. On top of that, just be very careful. If you're in an area that has received threats, credible threats, that is, make sure to treat them seriously. Even if they're seemed way off the wall, or some total paranoid guy just claiming that you're all following him, take it seriously, because it's very possible that he has ulterior motives and desires to hurt your lodge.
Okay, so last Wednesday, right, got this serious urge or compulsion to talk about why we don't take Masonic oaths, and spent a great deal of my week corresponding with people who found it to be very interesting, and there were lots of questions. And so I don't know that we're going to do a follow-up in the traditional sense. We're going to continue tonight along that same line. We might even make it a trilogy and go into it next week. I'm not really sure, as I've thought about this, what the best way to structure this content is, because that's not what this show is. It's not just for structured content. This isn't a class necessarily. And as I was revisiting some things in my own mind this week, some things that I've learned in the past, and consulted some of my resource material and other avenues that I have at my disposal, I was reminded of a man by the name of Captain William Morgan, who was at the center of a major movement in 1827 when he was murdered by the Masonic Brotherhood. And I'm not an expert in this case. I did think that it would be fun tonight, sort of, to rehash this piece of history, because it's very much a relevant piece of history in that it's a documented case of Masonic cover-up, a carrying out of the oaths that were taken, right, in the form of blood being shed due to the compromising of the oaths. And it's just a perfect example in history that has a lot of documentation behind it that does support and lend credibility to some of the stories that you hear today. I'm not here to say that this is proof that all of the Masonic conspiracies that you hear about today are true. That's not my thing. But what I want to do is introduce you to a new avenue, a new subject, some new names that you probably have never heard before. And you guys can go do your own research. And when I thought this was a good idea, like a couple days ago or whatever, I was like, oh, this would be a good idea for Wednesday. Man, did I forget some of the details in this thing. And I am not even going to be able to come close to adequately bringing back all the details in this case. But I want you guys to go pursue it. Now, a lot of this material is found in that book I told you guys about, The Character, Claims, and Practical Workings of Freemasonry by Charles G. Finney. That is such a wonderful book for people that are researchers. This was written by Charles Finney in 1869, and he was able to document a lot of the things that happened in like the 1820s, more like 1827 and up. He was the president of, I can't remember what college, in like 1850 to like 1860. He had a comprehensive understanding of Freemasonry back in the day. And there was a lot of stuff that was preserved. So there's a lot of wisdom and knowledge that can be gleaned from that time period, because a lot of things started changing around that time period. So in my understanding, and I could be wrong, when I talk about the roots of modern Freemasonry, I'm not necessarily talking about going all the way back to like the Knights Templar, which those would be roots, deeper roots, so to speak. But there's a lot of stuff that's fluctuated and changed over the years. So tonight, what I thought would be what we do is I'd kind of give a very brief overview of like the actual roots of Freemasonry as I understand them. If I'm wrong, forgive me. I'm not an expert. Disclaimer right now, I'm not the guy to listen to. So go do your own research. But I went ahead and I made a bunch of notes. Okay. Here's my Through the Black. My name's Jared Cressman, if you guys didn't know. But one of the reasons why I found this interesting is because the story that we're fixing to talk about led to a major political movement from 1827 to like 1835 or something like that. And it happened with the publication of a book that this Captain William Morgan published that was called Illustrations of Masonry or something like that. I can't remember what the name of the book was. But what he sought to do was expose it. He sought to expose the evils of Freemasonry as he understood it. Now, one of the reasons why I feel like I'm going to fall short in this is because there's a lot more history that's taking place at this time that will make this story make more sense, and I'm not going to be able to do it justice. But I would say to start with, people have to understand that there are two great awakenings that we're going to talk about in this story. We had the first great awakening that happened with Jonathan Edwards and George Whitefield and all of these old school preachers, right? You had Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God that was preached in Enfield, Connecticut in 1741. It sparked a revival. We had this massive great awakening in America where lots of people came to Christ. But there was a lesser and second great awakening that took place in the 1800s, and Charles G. Finney was actually a pastor that was associated with that. And largely in part, what I find so interesting about the Second Great Awakening was that it had thousands and thousands of Freemasons that renounced Freemasonry at that time because of a salvation experience they had. They had real conversion experiences, and they saw where the oaths that they had taken in Freemasonry were incompatible. If that's even a word, is incompatible a word? They were not compatible with their loyalty to Christ. And so they renounced it and they followed Christ. Captain William Morgan was one Mason. He was just such a Mason that got saved and then renounced his oaths. Now, what is interesting is when you go Google William Morgan, Captain William Morgan, in this case of his murder, you'll see a lot of the like Wikipedia entries and the little websites that talk about the story. Even the Britannica Encyclopedia had it available. Nobody uses encyclopedias anymore, but you can go find a Britannica and it will give you a very dumbed down, watered down version of what happened that led up to the anti-Masonry movement of 1827. And it all culminates around William Morgan, who was not allowed to be a part of the lodge, and so he decided he was going to hurt him because he couldn't be a part of them. That's the way they frame that story in most of these texts. Nothing could be further from what we actually understand. He was a converted Christian that renounced Masonry and decided to take on a Luciferian organization. And in his work, even though he died, his work survived, and it started a movement where thousands of Freemasons exited the lodge. So let's just take a trip back. For this story to make sense, you got to understand that there were two lodges. Now, I'm sure Gary Wayne could do so much better job of explaining this, but I went ahead and kind of mapped this out on some paper for myself today, just so I don't completely butcher it. But you essentially had the Knights Templars in the 14th century that fled to Scotland via persecution. Okay, that's my understanding. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. So you had these Templars that came out of Paris into Scotland in the 14th century, where you see a development of the initial stages of Freemasonry, the initial degrees. That early lodge actually became apprenticeship, where you actually had actual stonemasons that were a part of the lodge. It wasn't necessarily the type of esoteric worship that we're talking about. Let me go to this in this book. And I always found this really interesting because this is really important to kind of understand the history. You had hold on a second. Yeah, okay. So you had these Knights Templar, right? They fled to Scotland because of persecution in the 14th century, and they developed this these working man lodges that everybody understands today. It turned into this esoteric form of worship. But most of these men were the ones that built those amazing cathedrals that you see, the castles made out of the stone. These stonemasons, they lived in these Masonic lodges that were close to their work. So they would have Mason lodges that were constructed next to these giant cathedrals and these castles that they built in Scotland because they wanted to be close to their work. So this is where the whole term Masonic Lodge came from. These brick masons, these stone masons lived next to their work. They were called Mason lodges. Essentially what happened was these Templars started attaching their mystical form of worship to these 3 degrees of labor that were embodied with the apprentices. You had the apprentice lodge, you had the fellow craftsman lodge, you had the taskmaster lodges. I hope I'm making sense right now. So you have these initial stages of actual, stone masons that had varying degrees that labeled them as to how far they advanced in their craft. And you started to see these Templars started adding this more mystical form of worship and incorporating them into the lodges. So what was mystical fled to the Freemasons, but it kind of changed into what we see today, right? It turned into the lodges as we know. Those didn't exist prior to Scotland in the 14th century. So long story short, these lodges quickly became the focus and center of worship for these Masons. Well, in the 17th century, right around 1640, from what I understand, you had this uprising against King James I, who was a Stuart, right? He was one of the Stuarts, and the Stuarts play a big role in Freemasonry. You had it was pretty much like the working class versus the upper class. King James I was part of the upper class. So being that the working class was opposed to King James I, largely in part, it was most of your Masons that were going to war with King James I. It doesn't mean it was a Masonic Luciferian conspiracy. It seems to be a legitimate rebellion, but it just involved all of the Freemasons. So not only are these places of worship, but these Masonic lodges in Scotland actually became places where they staged their rebellion. They were strategic. They created plans for part of this, and they won. They actually won. And long story short, the Stuarts were run out of Scotland, and they were exiled to France. I think, permanently, right around, I think, 1680s. In the 1680s, they were permanently exiled to France. Well, when the Stuarts left France, they also took with them this Scottish Rite. Like part of the Scottish Rite that was developed since the 14th century ended up coming back to France with the Stuarts. And later on, I'm not sure 100% about all the dates and stuff. I think it was in the 1700s. This French form of Freemasonry ended up officially becoming known as the Scottish Rite, right? That is where, so you had the birth of, you had Freemason, not real Freemasonry, but you had the essence of Masonry come to Scotland. It evolved into what we understand as Freemasonry, but it wasn't called that. It ended up leaving France, or it ended up leaving Scotland, going back to France, and the Masons that had won that rebellion ended up becoming known as Freemasons at that point. Now they were Masons that were free. Is that making sense, or am I blubbering all over myself, Tom?
No, dude. No, yeah, it makes sense, dude. Sorry. If a Mason gets around me, dude, I'll just punch him straight out. I don't care.
I don't think that's true, because I'm sure you've been around plenty of them, and I haven't heard about you punching one.
I'm saying after hearing what you just said, dude, I'll knock him out.
Okay, and my notes are pretty confusing, so forgive me. Oh, no, I am wrong. I missed my. Okay, sorry. Let me just back up for a second. All right. So after they won, okay, after they beat King James I in this thing, and ended up going back to London. And then in London, the Stuarts were exiled back to France or whatever. They took with them Scottish Rite Freemasonry. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. Not important.
Kramer from Seinfeld, Scottish Rite.
So the point is here, this is the evolution of one branch of Freemasonry, if I made any sense at all. You guys have to go do your own research. But the Scottish Rite was brought to America from France during the French and Indian War. This is what's important. So you have from Paris to Scotland, back to Paris, and then in the French and Indian War, you had what's known as the Scottish Rite, which evolved in Scotland. They came back from France to America, right, during that war. That's important. That because the French and Indian War was it 1750s, 1754 or something on into 1760. It didn't last that long, 7 years or so. So anyway, the Scottish Rite that came from France into America then still used that French Masonic Constitution, right? So this is important in Masonic history. They used the French Masonic Constitution. But you had this remnant that was now back in London, right? Because remember, we had this London split that occurred with this whole King James I thing. So back in London, you still had a remnant that was largely Rosicrucian in origin. And after the Stuarts were exiled to France, what was left of Freemasonry in England was united by 7 Rosicrucians under this Grand Lodge, like governmental structure. Right? And at the head of that and you have the Scottish Rite, which comes to the United States, and then you have this offshoot of Masonry that's now royal in nature and run by the King of England. To this day, you still have that. Like, you still have that. One of the things that was interesting to me in the history of this was, for instance, when I was talking to Gary Wayne on the show, which I need to have back one day, he was explaining to me how Helena P. Blavatsky was of a Russian royal bloodline, but she was backed by the Rosicrucians. It's one of the reasons why Theosophy was allowed to be propelled the way that it was, because of the Rosicrucian order. So long story short, this severing of the lodges and understanding that in the United States you had 2 different types of Masonic lodges is really important, because George Washington, who was a Freemason, he was not a part of a Masonic Brotherhood that had 33 degrees. When George Washington was a part of the Masonic Brotherhood, this was before they had incorporated all these extra degrees, from what I understand. That was actually born in, Charleston, South Carolina. The 32-degree system was born in Charleston, North Carolina, and I think, or the 33rd degree was. Somehow it evolved here in the United States, but when George Washington was a Mason, back then there were only 3 degrees, from what I understand. And so you had a lot of these Blue Lodge Masons that absolutely refused to intermingle with this remnant that came out of London, right? This Masonic Lodge that had a presence in the United States at this time. There was a lot of bad blood between us and the British. Obviously, it led to this American Revolution. The Masonic thing in the Masonic connections, even in the Revolutionary War, people have is not more complicated. So, Captain William Morgan came out of the Blue Lodge. He was what was considered a Royal Arch Mason, right? That was the Templar thing in origin. You had what was associated with the Templar were the arches. He was associated. He was Blue Lodge 1 to 3rd degree, right? And he ends up getting saved, and so he decides that he's going to expose this by writing a book called Illustrations of Freemasonry or something, where he just spilled all the beans. Well, if you guys remember, we read some of the oaths that you take, where, simply put, if you vow to uphold the secrets of the lodge under penalty of death, you're under penalty of death if you expose the secrets of the lodge. So what happened was William Morgan sets out to publish this book in 1826, right? And the guy who's writing this book, Charles G. Finney, he was a Mason around 1819, 1820, I think, where he received his degrees. Essentially what happened was William Morgan went to publish this book, and he was charged with like theft, stealing, various different crimes. It was completely fabricated from what history seems to record. So much to the extent that he actually went into hiding temporarily, and they were placing sort of bulletins in these towns requesting that if anybody sees this man, he needs to be returned to the lodge. And in 1826, I think they kidnapped him. And there's this whole lengthy ordeal of like actual legal investigation of the time, trying to figure out what happened to William Morgan, because he disappeared from where he had been arrested. No one could find him after that. But there were all these rumors and these murmurings that William Morgan had been taken by the lodge and executed for his crimes against the lodge. Now, here's the thing. As you go through this documented case, you'll find that everybody that was involved in the legal process was a Mason that had oaths to the lodge. And so you had other non-Masons that started realizing that, hey, something here does not smell right. What happened to William Morgan? Well, there were some very cocky Masons. There were 2 or 3 stories. One of them was that they tied rocks to him by ropes and dumped him out of a boat on the Lake Ontario or River Ontario, in Ontario somewhere, and that he was drowned. Other Masons reported that he had his throat slit, and then he was dumped into the lake with rocks and sunk, and so on and so forth. It got to the point where they actually wrote a Masonic handbook, one of the Masonic handbooks that was written and like backed by the lodge, written by the lodge, refers to the oaths. It added to the oaths that were originally understood and written, and talked about Morgan himself by name as an example of what happens if you break those oaths. So the Masonic Lodge wasn't even like scared to like openly display that they were the ones that had murdered him. They weren't repentant about murdering him. William Morgan's name became synonymous with this Masonic cover-up. Everybody knew it. Everybody that was involved in the case was one of these Blue Lodge Masons. And so my point is this: it's an interesting documented case of an actual cover-up that nobody can deny, as far as I'm concerned. This is an actual documented case of Masonic cover-up. Well, I don't know if they ever found William Morgan's body, but his book was published, and it sparked a revolution. When average people started realizing the things that William Morgan, what he was saying was true, there was this entire movement politically that was created where you had thousands and thousands of people that wanted to exercise the Masonic involvement in civil affairs because they saw how corrupt the event was that just taken place with all these Freemasons that band together. And something a lot of people seem to start learning about that time was the pardoning of such with fellow Freemasons. You know, it was the way the lodge came out and brazenly talked about how anybody that I'm trying to remember this accurately, anybody that took William Morgan and executed him for his crimes, if they upheld their oaths of the lodge, the lodge itself actually publicly promised to make sure they were taken care of legally. And when you start to look at some of these other oaths, which I'm not going to read tonight, you know, I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole. But the pardoning as such and the favor that was granted from Mason to Mason was something that became very well known at the time. It became unfair. People started realizing that if a Mason went into a bank to get a loan, as long as he gave the Masonic handshake to a loan officer who was a Mason, they were guaranteed a loan. If you'll notice in history that anytime around warfare, especially like the Civil War, for instance, dude, Masonic what do you call it? Inductees, you know, people that join the lodge. The statistics rose greatly because it was understood by Freemasons that you were more likely to survive a war if you were a Freemason, because if you came into contact with other soldiers on the battlefield that were Freemasons, you could both display Freemasonic symbols and you were obligated to not kill each other. So there was actually a push and a surge of Masonic membership around wartime because people were more likely to survive it. And you also got to join Masonic military lodges. There were actual Masonic barracks within the military that allowed Freemasons to bunk with Freemasons. So understanding this aspect of history just a little more, which I'm not doing it justice, I'm just scatterbrained about the whole thing. Understanding that this is a little more complicated, you can see where people that were not Freemasons started to realize that something was really messed up about Freemasonry. They realized that the lodge itself condoned the murder of a man that sought to expose some of its evil practices. They were unrepentant about it, and they noticed that all of a sudden there was a massive cover-up. Well, when you look at some of the things, like, for instance, a lot of people on this channel are super interested in the Hampstead cover-up. Well, what happened in the Hampstead cover-up? It is very reminiscent of this story. you had a group of people engaged in some form of secret worship, right? Whatever that may be. No doubt about it in my mind. Some people differ on that. No doubt about it in my mind. You had everybody that was investigating the case was actually accused of being part of this secret form of worship. It went all the way to the Supreme Court there, the equivalent of the Supreme Court, and it was completely squashed. It was just, what it reeked of was insiders helping insiders nonstop. That's not outside the bounds of possibility when you look at the history, especially this case of Captain William Morgan. So I'll stop there for a second and get your thoughts, Greg, because I know we see this in churches still to this day with governing bodies of deacons that uphold the Masonic agenda more so than the church agenda. And if the pastor's not a part of that, then he's just a tool to be used until he gets in their way. What do you think about all the craziness that I'm talking about right now?
Well, I think the best we can, and by the way, I probably learned more tonight than I've learned in years on some of the background, and I appreciate all that because I have the unfortunate place of having lots of experiences, firsthand experiences with the Masonic Lodge and with people who are part of it. And that's all really that I know. So I'm really learning as I go along. But for the things that I have learned through the survivors and through people who have come out of it, the few that I've met who have, and my own personal research in terms of actual towns and places where the Masonic lodges run the towns and they run the government and they run everything that happens in a particular city, is we could probably pursue this for 10 shows and just scratch the surface of how deep and wide this runs. Here's just a little couple of threads I just want to throw in just as you were talking. The history of it, that helps to complete some stuff for me. But I talked to some people that are in a position to know that according to some of these groups, that when Alexandria was burned, that most of the secrets of Egyptian magic and all of that actually were secreted out of there. If you talk to the Rosicrucians, they will say it was through them. I'm not ruling that out. I think there's a possibility because they're the ones nobody talks about, but they seem to have their hands in everything. But that the secrets were buried within Masonic lodges at some point deliberately. And so at some point you get so far with the Masonic lodge and you're touching base with the Rosicrucians. And then that's just a short hop into the big I that everybody talks about. So I progression and actually talked to somebody who was a courier in that whole situation. They turned out to not be a good person, but I learned a lot from them down the way. Masonic cover-ups, deep and wide. I've actually been aware of a couple of those where they got away with murder. And they literally, and they got away with it because they had people in a position in the government to cover it up. And I can't go into specifics, but it may come out at some point, and then I can talk about it a little more carefully. But it was a deliberate cover-up. And one of the things that I think is two more small things. One that's very interesting to me is the rewriting. We watched them rewrite the history of satanic ritual abuse in the 80s. And part of what I did as a law enforcement trainer, when we had to deal with this issue, I would bring up Albert Pike, who was one of their, the stuff that he wrote is seminal teaching stuff for the Masonic Lodge. They actually have a statue of Albert Pike riding a horse in D.C. And I'm probably not going to get the quote exactly right. I tried to look for it, but he said something to the fact that the Masonic Lodge must be kept in the purity of the Luciferian religion, that in fact Lucifer is god of light and the Adonai, the god of Christians, is evil. Well, that blew the minds of a lot of my Masonic friends who didn't have any idea even who this guy was. And the upside of that is now that we're down the road, well, they've just come out of the closet to rewrite all of that and explain why that's not really what Albert Pike meant. So I've kind of been a little bit on the side. I've got all the material But I have to tell you that just recently I talked to a friend that who was raised with Masonic relatives, and I just found this out 2 weeks ago. And at the funeral, it was a purely Masonic funeral, and the guy that ran the funeral, of course, he was one of the grand poobahs, and he literally said to start, he said, "We are not going to talk about Jesus Christ at all during this funeral, because we've been around a lot longer than he has." At which point my friend and his wife said, "We're out of here." So that's kind of real life stuff that
it's so indicative of the larger truth. See, something that was interesting to me about this movement, this anti-Masonic movement that happened in 1827, because we really need another one. I mean, I really think we need another anti-Masonic movement. This stuff needs to be exposed. The problem is, you know, people tend to die when they talk about this stuff. You know, I mean, they're like, dude, the history is replete with examples. There are even other examples in history associated with the story of people that were preaching this message and their entire families were burned out of their homes. I mean, it's just like, it's not a game. It's just not, I don't consider it a game. Like, I don't talk about this stuff publicly lightly because, number one, I would be a lot more concerned if I was a Freemason that had taken at least the Royal Arch degree. Because once you attain that Royal Arch degree, you are obligated to cover up the crimes of other Masons, from what I understand. I'm not obligated by anything, and I haven't taken any oaths. You know what I'm saying? The only oath I've taken is to Christ to serve him, you know, faithfully my entire life, and taken an oath to my wife to serve her faithfully until death do us part. So when I look at this, I'm not, you know, it needs to be exposed. People need to understand this. I don't think I'm the guy to do the exposing because I'm not that smart when it comes to, you know, remembering all the facts of history. And, you know, historically, I understand some of the basics, but I'm not a good historian. But it doesn't take a lot. Like, I'm just a normal person, just like everybody else out there. You guys all have access to this information. You guys can go exploring some of these things, and then you might start to see patterns, even in today, with the way certain things are covered up. You know, in government, when people get off scot-free and they shouldn't, you just have to ask yourself, there is an actual system in place that is incredibly large, whereby two people can cover each other's crimes up, like in a way that would not only be, it would be, I don't know what the words are I'm looking for. It's what is supposed to happen in the lodge, but it's unlawful to the land. But the lodge supersedes the law of the land once a person takes an oath. So a judge has, let's say you have a criminal and a judge that are both Freemasons. As long as it is efficacious to do so and does not cause harm or the loss of a job for another Freemason. For instance, you're not going to see a judge let somebody go scot-free if it's going to cost him his job and ruin his life. There is a line where Masons do not cross. For instance, Washington talks about how he will never, in like battle time, one of his quotes was, he'll never flash a hand sign or something requesting distress unless he was in dire need of it. And if somebody signed to him, even if it was an enemy, he would be bound by his oath to flock to him at the risk, as long as the risk to his life didn't guarantee the loss of his life. You know what I'm saying? As long as there was a chance to save that person and help him, George Washington promised that that's what he would do so, as he was bound by his oath. But even after the Revolutionary War, Washington didn't really want anything to do with Freemasonry. In fact, he didn't walk back into any lodge, from what most people understand. He was still very active out there politically with Masonic events and so on and so forth. But there was a lot of bad blood between a lot of these different Freemasons, because you had, not only did you have two different types, but in one type you had two different branches of it. And so you had a difference in theological opinions as to who they should end their prayers to. Some ended their prayers to the great architect of the universe. Some stripped Jesus out of it totally and went completely deistic, which is what you're talking about at that funeral. Yeah, they went completely deistic with it. What's interesting, though, about this Second Great Awakening, right, in this whole anti-Masonic movement of 1827, was that Charles Finney, actually started associating the Masonic movement as a whole, the Masonic Lodge, to the the Synagogue of Satan referenced in Revelation 2:9 and 3:9. This whole thing about the people who think they're Jews but they're not Jews. this is the reason why they would associate the Jews with the Masonic Brotherhood. And I'm not saying that this is what this verse means, but you cannot deny that in history it was used this way. This is during the anti-Masonic movement, the synagogue of Satan was a major topic of preaching amongst abolitionists that set out to abolish Freemasonry, right? And all of those that were one of the reasons why so many Freemasons were convicted about their Freemasonry is because they became convinced that the scripture, when it referred to the synagogue of Satan, was referring to the Freemasonic movement. And here is why. Because when Morgan exposed Freemasonry in his book, even though he was killed for doing it, his book still got out. He exposed the Kabbalistic nature of Freemasonry, which took everybody back to the Jewish form of Kabbalism. So you had this you had this understanding or this belief system that the Kabbalistic qualities of Freemasonry that were revealed at that time, people believed that God was referring to fake Jews, being these Kabbalists in Freemasonry, and people started believing that they were the Masonic movement in and of itself was what the scripture was talking about, and God was referring to them as the synagogue of Satan. I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying it's not. I don't know. I'm not a theologian. I think there are some other future, possibilities with that verse that haven't come to pass yet. But it's interesting that that verse was so powerful in the psyche of the anti-Masonic movement. Masonry became synonymous with the synagogue of Satan at that time period with a lot of people. And thank God. I mean, it caused thousands of Masons to renounce their oaths and flock to the altar where they received Christ. And what you'll find in all these conversion stories when you read them from Masons that renounced, they renounced the oaths, they were not claiming to be Christians and Masons and then renounced their Masonry. They claimed to be Masons that were converted to Christianity. And I find that to be a very interesting distinction amongst the stories of these Freemasons that then got saved. None of them seem to indicate, had they been Christians, would they have been Freemasons, because the philosophical ends of both institutions were diabolically opposed to each other. It was not something that could be overlooked by a Freemason that became a Christian. There was no question in their minds that they could serve two masters at this point. That is why I become very concerned about so many Christians this day and age that are in these churches that also claim to be Freemasons. I have a problem with the conversion experiences that most quote-unquote Christians say they have. I don't consider them to be Christians. And Greg, this is a question I wanted to ask you tonight, because I posted something about this last week, a link to the last show that we did on Wednesday. And there was I don't remember who. Oh yeah, I do. There was a comment that was made that when I posted the prayers for renunciation of Masonic oaths, there was a comment made by somebody who's very evangelistically minded. Very evangelistic. God bless them. Love their ministry. They're fantastic at what they do. All of us here in this room are evangelistically minded. The point that was made, though, and I think we definitely weren't on the same page, was that these prayers of renunciation were equated to incantations fighting incantations, right? So that once a person becomes saved, there's no longer any need whatsoever to renounce any of the oaths that were made. Now, what are your thoughts about that?
I put some of this in my book, and I think it was an important point because, and I'm going to answer this with a story that I put in the book, and it's this. I was about 32, and my mother had called me, and I was living in Fort Worth at the time, and she said, we're about to do something with your insurance policy. Do you want us to keep it going, or do you want us to cash it out and give you the money? And I said, what are you talking about, insurance policy? And she said, we took out an insurance policy on you when you were born. I didn't have any idea, okay? I was completely unaware of that insurance policy. But I promise you, until I canceled it, that thing stayed in effect. It was when I said, I, Gregory Robert Reed, do hereby give permission for this policy to close, was that policy rendered null and void. Well, Satan is a legalist. And we may not have taken the oath. It may have been done generationally. But until that thing is broken, until we sign off and say, I no longer accept any of this, and to the third and fourth generations, I renounce and I reject everything that's come through my family in this regard. And by the blood of Jesus, I ask God to sever its influence on me. Then I believe that that brings freedom. I wish all that stuff had happened at the cross when we came to Jesus. And I know people struggle with this, but when we come to Jesus, Jesus lives in our spirits. That's what's transformed is our spirit. If everything changed at that point, we wouldn't have to talk about renewing of the mind. We wouldn't have to talk about crucifying the flesh with the affections and lusts thereof. And so there's a real reality that these things may not have a huge influence on us, but I think it's important to sever all the contracts that may have been made on us and about us that we didn't even know about. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And Tom, before I comment on that, do you want to weigh in on this?
Just what Greg said, I just want to back him up. Satan is very legalistic, just like he was saying, and we have to be specific about our renunciations. We deal with this all the time. And you know what? Sometimes I have things pop up from my past that, I'm saved, I'm delivered, curses are broken, chains are broken, strongholds are broken, but something might pop up and I don't care. I'm going to renounce it. I'm going to repent of it anyway. And so I don't know, man. I mean, I got more to say on this issue, but go ahead.
Well, and I say this with all love in my heart for evangelists. I'm talking about evangelists as a whole. I consider myself to be a student of evangelism because in the deliverance ministry, we consider deliverance and freedom encounters to be evangelism on steroids. A lot of the people that you encounter that are demonized, so on and so forth, that are requesting help, most of the time are not professing Christians whatsoever. We're there to tell them about the healing power of Jesus Christ. Now, having said that, something that I have noticed is that people that are purely evangelists tend to miss the boat when it comes to spiritual warfare. They're by nature, with the way that God has gifted them, and I mean this lovingly. I'm not saying that this is bad. They are very one-track minded in their pursuit in ministry. We are going to get people saved and freed, right? You do not see a lot of hardcore evangelists involved in deliverance ministry. Deliverance ministry is sort of a special aspect of evangelism. Now, I say this not to knock them. Great evangelists are. I love evangelists. God bless evangelists that stand on a street corner and they write books and they tell people the gospel. That is their mission in life, is to just give people the gospel and let God take care of the rest. But you have special troops with different skill sets. You have an army of evangelists. God does raise up some people to do dirtier work, sort of in like the special ops, so to speak. And you will find when you get involved with deliverance and stuff, it's never been that cut and dry. I would love to have found experiences that back that up, but I have not. I have found that it's not that cut and dry. When a person has accepted Christ, when a person has a real conversion experience during a deliverance encounter, a lot of times that demonic stuff starts to manifest and then we call it out. It's not just gone.
Sometimes it all goes right away. Sometimes. Yeah.
Sometimes, or sometimes there's nothing there that it seems like you've got to deal with. But there are times where people have like this conversion experience and then stuff starts to manifest and we clean house and it's all gone after that day, but we have to clean house. And once that person has the authority of Christ, they tell stuff to get gone. And so here's my point. I would say that I do not believe a person can be like possessed, like demonized to the extent that they're like possessed, and completely taken over by something demonic if they're saved. I don't think that's possible, but there are lower levels of demonization and oppression that are we're always as Christians waging war against oppression, right? And so most of the Masonic generational stuff that I'm talking about, I'm not talking about a person flopping around spitting green pea soup out of their eyeballs, I'm talking about somebody who is oppressed from external forces pressing in on them spiritually from all directions. And so that is the kind of stuff most of the time that passes on generationally, forms of sickness. It'd be great to say that accepting Jesus Christ and the gospel heals everybody, but how many real Christians do you know that are sick? How many real Christians do you know have illness? That's a part of life. Now what if you found out that not all illness is demonic? I'm not saying that, but I'm saying there are a lot of illnesses that can be demonic. There's a lot of issues that can be demonic that start as a form of oppression. And when you have these doors open all around, you might be safe in your house, but if all the windows are open, it's going to get cold. If it's freezing outside and all your windows are open, it's going to get cold. How do you warm the house up? You close the windows. It doesn't mean you're not safe in your house. It doesn't mean you can't survive, right? But it's not an optimum way to live. Who wants to live life with 20-pound barbells hanging off all over them by chains? It gets hard to swim when you're like that. And so with generational curses and Freemasonry, you have to understand what we're doing is praying for the breaking of these legal attachments. It's not an incantation. You're not using a spell to fight a spell. You're using your authority given to us by Jesus Christ to fight back and push the darkness back away from you so you have breathing room. It's not the same thing. So to equate a prayer of renunciation with some form of mystical incantation, I just think is not doing it justice spiritually or intellectually. And to the credit of most, because that's not an uncommon opinion. I've run into that before. I just think it's, and I don't mean this mean, I just think it's an ignorant opinion because that person has clearly never gone through 12 rounds in a boxing ring with someone seeking to be free or dealing with Christians in a deliverance encounter. They just haven't. And when people start to get involved with that, their opinions change real fast because you find it's not as cookie cutter as we all like to believe prior to getting involved with it. So that's my soapbox.
I think that's really crucial stuff. I'm glad we talked about this because one of my concerns has always been, because I used to be one of those people that said, if you're a Christian, you don't got nothing. There's no way you can ever have anything. And then I had a couple of people dropped into my ministry life that totally altered that. And I myself, and people are probably going to say, some people are going to say, well, you weren't even saved. But I received Jesus when I was 15, and I went through a horribly difficult deliverance when I was 35 years old. I didn't even know anything was there. And I want to say that because I don't have all the answers to this. I know there are scriptures that I could probably talk about, maybe we will at some point, on how this is possible. When it's like Paul talking about to be cleansed from all filthiness of the flesh and spirit, there's different levels that we can be contaminated. For myself, I went through a ceremony, which I guess they call inculcation, when I was a child. I don't know how old. I'm sure I was under 8 years old. And I'm not going to describe the ceremony because it was violent and it was awful and changed my life forever. But the purpose of the ceremony was to breach my spirit so that another entity could come and shadow me, like a totem, like a twin me, so to speak, a guardian, a demonic guardian. And I knew when I came to Christ, not everything was not right. And I had several people along the way say, this thing, what they just, before I even knew what it was all about, they'd say, we don't know what it is, but there's something that's got a hold of you. And I denied that until I was 35 years old. And God himself extracted this from me when I was all by myself and didn't believe that a Christian could have this kind of thing. And I think it's a very important point because, and you know what, I'm like you guys, I totally respect people that don't get this or don't believe this. I understand that. I used to be one of those people. And and there's so much, frankly, there's so much weirdness in the deliverance movement that I don't want nothing to do. And 90% of the people that are doing demon lists, check off the box and we'll cast it out, because it's not that cut and dry. But I do have an understanding of this, that this is an area, things are getting really complex. And I'm going to throw you a curveball. We've gone way off the reservation, but
that's okay. You've learned well, Grasshopper.
Thank you. I honor the training that I've received and plan on carrying it out to my next class.
You're the master of rabbit trails now.
Yeah, some of my young people, I've been doing this for centuries. The thing that has occurred to me, and please forgive me, I don't want this kind of little bit of a trigger warning. So please, anybody that's listening to this, guard your heart if you've had some of this stuff happen to you. But one of the things that probably is one of the hottest trends in terms of internet pornography right now is things that are done to infants. And I'm just going to leave it at that. But when an infant doesn't even have enough of a brain to remember or to connect the dots, how do you think that adult is going to turn out? They're going to be in so much pain all the time, and they're going to have no way to connect it. And when I thought about that, I thought, okay, I would love things to be cut and dry. Well, when you deal with stuff like that, I believe you have to believe in a God that does supernatural healing, or that person's going to suffer for the rest of their lives. And we just have to be open to what God needs to do in circumstances like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's very true. Things have gotten very complicated because they've grown so much darker. It's this issue of encountering more radical forms of evil, and people, like, for instance, you see what was that movie, The 13th Warrior? You know, you had a bunch of bad dudes that encountered a brutal enemy, and they didn't know how to take them at first. You know what I'm saying? It was just like they might as well have been monsters. You know, at first they thought they were monsters before they realized they were just a more barbaric and brutish form of person. A lot of times when these brutish forms of evil come in, you have a much nicer population. Even if they're battle trained, they're not ready to handle the meanness that comes with that brutality. It's the meanness that most people aren't ready for. And it takes out, usually the people that are involved in warfare, once they encounter that brutality and that meanness and they survive, they're never the same, because you can only match that kind of brutality with that same level of brutality almost. You have to escalate your form of warfare to match the aggression. When I took, for instance, and I'm just using this as personal examples, I encountered this firsthand in my own mentality when I was doing active shooter training. And pretty much the mindset of anybody that was engaged in drills, tactical procedures, moving with teams, whatever, through buildings, pretty much in all of the active shooter drills, the whole idea was that form of aggression can only be met with aggression. You know, if you are involved in an active shooter situation and that dude is that hostile and aggressive, it has to be met with equal aggression, and chances are you're going to get shot, but your job is to put that guy down before he can kill anybody's family. You know, if you're in that job and that responsibility, your job is to match that aggression with equal aggression, because most people aren't capable of it, and you go after that form of radical evil. Well, that's what we do. That's what you do. That's what Tom does. That's what I do. You know, when we get out there and we're working in this, people don't have any comprehension of the level of evil, brutality, and meanness that sits behind the eyeballs of these freaks, man. And it doesn't mean I'm not making a call to go out and kill these people, but I'm saying I have turned my prayer life when it comes to these cases into radical forms of offensive movements. I do not pray defensively much anymore. You know, I do not sit back in any of these cases and just ask for God to get me through it and allowing me to breathe. I am praying for radical change and sweeping movements of the Holy Spirit so that radical evil is exposed and that God does whatever God has to do to deal with it. I don't sit back like David and pray imprecatory prayers. I'm not praying for the deaths of my enemy, but I am praying for their salvation in a very aggressive fashion, right? And so I think that is where the line, that's where these topics converge to me, where radical evil is at spiritually. It needs to be met with radical Christianity. You know, you can't take a gun to a spiritual fight. You can't take a knife to a spiritual fight. In an active shooter situation, yeah, I'm not one that's passive to believe that if a guy is shooting up a mall and you're equipped to deal with the situation, I don't think in that case you're obligated to get on your knees and pray that Jesus stops it. I think God's equipped you to stop it if you're in that position and that is what you're mentally prepared to do. But in a spiritual battle, if somebody is engaged in something demonic, you're not called to go and stick them in the neck with a knife. You're called to pray for that person in a radical fashion to bring about spiritual change. Because when those people get saved, they become the biggest tools of Jesus you've ever seen in your life. They understand the enemy better than most people do, and they become more radical Christians that do more good fighting against evil than anybody else. And so when it comes to these evil, I have words that I can't say on the live. When you come up against these evil mentalities and these people that are engaged in this stuff, people have to understand radical Christianity is what is required to match radical evil, not passive Christianity. What did Jesus say he'd do with lukewarm water? He'd spew it from his mouth. It needs to be hot or it needs to be cold. And I'm begging people, as you awaken to the reality of the nature of things, right, and all the different topics that we talk about, Masonry, whatever, it doesn't matter. When you see this larger picture in the world and what Greg's talking about with this trend in pornography, the presence of radical evil is growing stronger. It cannot be matched with a form of passive Christian behavior. It has to be met in a radical fashion.
Yeah, I didn't realize that it was that we had went so long, but tonight, again, I'm in agreement with Greg. I learned a lot tonight, especially on the origins and the splitting of what happened with the Masons in the beginning. But I'm just kind of sitting over here frustrated because I drive through my town. I know where the Masonic Temple is. I've been researching this group for years, and not to the extent that we've talked about tonight, but just knowing the reports that we get from victims and the connections and people being taken into the temples. And a friend of mine woken up in the middle of the night by the Lord and told to drive down by the temple and seeing children taken out in Pennsylvania. So, and I'm not generalizing or trying to stereotype every single Mason, but we know enough, man. And just like, I live in Mansfield, Ohio, and I just want to say, get out of the Masons, renounce your oath, man. I'm not going to roll my eyes anymore. I'm going to call you out in public. I'm going to cause a scene. Seriously. If you're going to if you're bold enough to wear one of your little pins or, your cufflinks or whatever, I'm going to call you out. It's going to be embarrassing for all of us. But I totally agree. I mean, it's frustrating, and maybe if we would all get bold and stand up to these people, and who knows what goes on in all these temples, man. There's thousands of them in every little town across America. And we know the connections to crime. We know the connections to Satanism. Don't forget about Dark Covenant, the film by John Pounders, and the connections to
such a good example.
Yeah,
such a good example.
To Masonry right there in Indiana. So it's satanic. We rebuke it. We stand up against it. And we pray, Lord, break off the teeth of the enemy in every way possible. Get out, because we're going to call you out. We're going to cause a scene. We're going to expose what you're doing right at the restaurant, man. I don't even care. So,
yeah, let me read. It's funny. There was a lady in my own city that found this channel on accident, not even through anybody on Facebook or whatever. I don't know. And the place where she works, she told me was there was a big Masonic element there. She's starting to pray against it or whatever. I don't want to give too many other details other than that, but it was just interesting to me how God's already used that last video in the lives of some people to start praying against some of these things. It's important, praying against these powers and principalities, taking out territory, bringing down high places is important. You're not going to be able to do it by yourself. Christ has to lead. When Jesus sent out the 70, it's thought that there was a relationship there to territory that had been taken in the Old Testament. We're not going to go down that rabbit trail. But what I want to read, I gave her Isaiah 58. I had read it this morning, and Tom just brought it up again. It's what kindled my memory on this topic. But I'm just going to read the whole thing. Isaiah 58. I think it's important. Tom, if you got to go, buddy.
Yeah, I do.
All right, just feel free to take off, man. I'm going to read this and we'll wrap up. I just didn't want you to feel obligated to hang on.
Okay, cool, man. God bless everybody.
All right, buddy. Bye. It says, cry aloud, spare not, lift up. Let me change this. Sorry, I had a funky translation on here. Give me a second. Let me go to my favorite, my ESV. Let's see. Cry aloud, do not hold back. Lift up your voice like a trumpet. Declare to my people their transgression, to the house of Jacob their sins. Yet they seek me daily and delight to know my ways. And if they were a nation that did righteousness and did not forsake the judgment of their God, they ask of me righteous judgments. They delight to draw near to God. Why have we fasted and you see it not? Why have we humbled ourselves and you take no knowledge of it? Behold, in the day of your fast, you seek your own pleasure and oppress all your workers. Behold, you fast only to quarrel and fight, to hit with wicked fists. Fasting like yours this day will not make your voice to be heard on high. And such the fast that I choose, a day for a person to humble himself. Is it to bow down his head like a reed and to spread sackcloth and ashes under him? Would you call this a fast and a day acceptable to the Lord? Is not this the fast that I choose, to loose the bonds of wickedness, to undo the straps of the yoke, to let the oppressed go free and to break every yoke? Is it not to share your bread with the hungry and bring the homeless poor into your house? When you see naked, to cover him and to not hide yourself from your own flesh? Then shall your light break forth like the dawn, and your healing shall spring up speedily. Your righteousness shall go before you. The glory of the Lord shall be your rear guard. Then you shall call, and the Lord will answer. You shall cry, and he will say, Here I am. If you take away the yoke from your midst, the pointing of the finger and the speaking wickedness, if you pour yourself out for the hungry and satisfy the desire of the afflicted, then shall your light rise in the darkness, and your gloom be as the noonday. And the Lord will guide you continually and satisfy your desire in scorched places and make your bones strong. And you shall be like a watered garden, like a spring of water. You guys can finish reading Isaiah 58. But that's something that I always come back to in Isaiah 58 is this question of the fast. Is this not the fast that I chose to loose the bonds of wickedness? When God chooses to go after radical evil, God uses radical spiritual procedures. If God calls you to fast against something, then don't underestimate the power of what God is going to do through you to do that. If you feel called to fast about any of the things that we've talked about, or you've got anything in your city and God tells you to do something, you go do it. You don't say, well, who am I to fast about this? I can't do anything. You're going to see Isaiah 58. Maybe God brings this back up to you. God will say, is this not the fast that I chose to loose the bonds of wickedness? Is this not what I told you to do so that I could move in this situation? That is what he does every time. And that's why when Tom or I or Greg go into these situations of deliverance, when we know we're supposed to be there, it is over with fast, because we know it's not our own power that is doing the work in the situation. It's an amazing work of God, and he's choosing to use us in that circumstance to bring about an end. I also want to read Psalm 58 real quick, because I think it's 58. Because whenever we're praying against these powers and principalities, let me make sure I'm in the right place. Yeah, let me read this real quick too. I think it's the right one. I hope it's not. But worst case scenario, I read some scripture and you guys don't know why. How wrong is that? Do you indeed decree what is right, you gods? Elohim again, we've talked about that in the show. Do you judge the children of man uprightly? No. In your hearts you devise wrongs. Your hands deal out violence on earth. The wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray from birth, speaking lies. They have venom like the venom of a serpent, like the deaf adder that stops its ears so that it cannot hear the voice of charmers or the cunning enchanter. O God, break the teeth in their mouths. Tear out the fangs of young lions, O Lord. Strip them of their power and their venom. You know, when we pray against these powers and principalities, we have something amazing here that was written by David. Do you indeed decree what is right, you gods? Right? And who do we have that presides that are still in power to this day? We've talked about it. The lowercase g gods, these Elohim that are spoken of, right? They were given territory in Deuteronomy 32. They became gods of these other nations, so on and so forth. We don't have to rehash that. But here you have them being spoken to directly. Do you judge the children of man uprightly? No. In your hearts you devise wrongs. These orders, these Masonic orders, all of these secret forms of worship that happen behind closed doors, these are all direct results of these powers and principalities that have mandated it to be so and created the foundations upon which they're built. We're looking at the core root of what we're talking about right here in Psalm 58. They have venom like the venom of a serpent, like the deaf adder that stops its ears so that it does not hear the voice of its charmers or the cunning enchanter. Oh God, break the teeth in their mouths, tear out the fangs of the young lions. Let them vanish like water that runs away when he aims his arrows. Let them be blunted. Let them be like the snail that dissolves into slime, like the stillborn child who never sees the sun. Sooner than your pots can feel the heat of thorns, whether green or ablaze, may he sweep them away. The righteous will rejoice when he sees the vengeance. He will bathe his feet in the blood of the wicked. Mankind will say, surely there is a reward for the righteous. Surely there is a God who judges on earth. You better believe there's a God who judges on earth, and he's got the power to strip the authority and the venom and the fangs, and he can sweep them away like they're nothing. But he often chooses us to engage in those spiritual things to do that. It's your job to allow God to bring radical Christianity through you to the battlefield so that we can see amazing victories. And that's where I'm going to stop. Greg?
That's a very powerful word. It's a good, important word because we need to understand the authority that we have been given by Jesus Christ. One of the things that I think I just kind of wanted to end with for myself is that my uncle was a point man in the Army. He was the guy that went over the hill to see what the enemy was doing. And in some ways, that's what I do. I think that's what Tom and Jared do to a great extent. And I know when I first got into all of this, I was so overwhelmed by the things that I knew to be happening. And I knew it was true. I didn't know how to edit myself when I was around church people. And for a while, I got really mad because it's like, why don't you people see what I see? And then I realized, okay, people have got different thresholds of pain and understanding when it comes to this stuff. But one of the things that I found is that people were, and when I spoke at churches, I always went in with the philosophy, and I don't remember exactly how it went, but I think it was Seward that was Lincoln's Secretary of War or something. And at some point, I think Lincoln said, "Dear sir, if you're not using your army, may I borrow it for a while?" And that's the way I've kind of approached churches. Like, look, if you're not using the saints, can I train them up? And I think there's some truth to that. But I also realize there are some people that hear this. It's like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And I know, though, a lot of those people can't do what we do, and they're not supposed to. And there was a story about David when his boys went to war, and there were some people that just stayed back, and everybody wanted to just, kill the people that stayed back. It's like, we're out there, spilling our blood, and you're back here with the stuff. And David had to step in the middle of it and said, look, the reward for those that stay with the stuff is going to be the same as those who are out in battle. And I realized that, and this is kind of a plea from my heart, you may not be able to do what these gentlemen are doing, but you can back them up in prayer, because I promise you, for every person that's on this channel that is saying, we're with you, there are probably 100 lurkers who are praying anti-prayers against this. And we're not afraid of that, because we don't fear anything but the Lord God Almighty. But I think these gentlemen need your prayers, and I need your prayers. So if you can't get to the battle line, stay with the stuff and pray your hearts out, because your reward's the same as ours for doing this work.
Yeah, that's the case. That prayer cover is important. And Greg needs it. I need it. Tom needs it. Include Russ in that. Anytime you pray for us, pray for Russ too. And that's kind of our little group at this point. I mean, I apologize if I ranted and got on a soapbox, and I'm trying to catch up in the comments, make sure I didn't miss anything. Somebody asked me what video I was talking about. I don't even remember. I don't know what video I was talking about. I don't remember mentioning a video. But
it was probably Dark Covenant.
Over there in ISC TV, John Pounders and the guy Jake, I think, and David Carrico or whatever, they kind of did this documentary where they pulled in interviews and stuff that had made it on TV over the years, and they kind of built up a case that satanic ritual abuse is a real thing. And then they kind of dropped this story of something that happened in Evansville, Indiana, that was a direct result of a Masonic cover-up. And David Carrico was actually involved in that one back in the day. And it was called the Blue House. I think the Masonic Blue House or something like that. The Blue House played a big role in this. And it was just about ritual abuse that was taking place, and it was virtually impossible for anybody to get law enforcement to cooperate in an investigation. In fact, it was just the opposite. Law enforcement was doing everything they could to help and cover it up. And in those situations, it's just, what do you do? I mean, when the justice system fails you and is now your enemy, you really don't have a lot of avenues to pursue that are going to give you opportunities to see justice done. And that's why it's important in these times to, just pray, radical prayers, radical amounts of time with radical amounts of passion. And we cover your radical prayers. So don't just pray for us, radically pray for us. And that God will continue to open doors, and that we can just keep, keep strength up, keep knocking down obstacles, and keep moving forward. So everybody, we appreciate you. We love you. Through the black, you always show us love. We like to show love back. Thanks for everybody in the chat room tonight. You guys are awesome. Thanks for all the love and emails and on Facebook. Don't forget, we have a website. We've got some spiritual warfare t-shirts that you can buy if you want to help support the show. Those are available at throughtheblack.com. You can listen to the podcast on iTunes, like Stitcher, some other places. Our friend Dave Downen set that up. I've never listened to the podcast, so it's available pretty much everywhere you can find a podcast, from what I understand. And then what else is I got to say? I had something else to say, but I forgot it. All right. Well, Greg's not a mind reader, so he can't help me with that. Greg, why don't you do everybody the honors and give them the peace out tonight?
All right, everybody, have a good week. Peace out.
From the infamous Illuminati to the modern Freemasons, the world is fascinated with secret societies. Tales of child sacrifice, world domination, and dark dealings with extraterrestrials are all paraded before us as truth. The New World Order, famously penned by the science fiction writer H.G. Wells, has become a reality in the minds of millions, and today its leaders are even believed by some to be reptilian shapeshifters. The massive amounts of information set before us now on the World Wide Web may be spreading further and faster than ever before, but the belief in a powerful and secret ruling elite is nothing new. In fact, secret societies have been around almost as long as man. The eventual knowledge of these groups would be deemed sacred and protected. Whether it was practical methods of survival, navigation, measurement, or psychological and spiritual inner wisdom, it would become the ground plan for future secret societies, and as populations grew, it would bestow great power and danger upon them. It all began in the knowledge of the heavens and the mind of man. It all revolved around strength. And so our question has to be today, what is the true purpose of the modern elite within the Brotherhood? Is it truly one of charitable works? Yes. Does it still maintain ideas about reaching the divine in balance and wisdom? Yes. Is it an organisation seeking influence and power? Yes. Has it been involved with revolution and scandal? Yes. This is the story of the groups who have guarded this sacred knowledge for centuries.
Now on Radio 4, Simon Cox presents the first in a new series of Club Class.
Skull and Bones has been called the most powerful and elite club in the world. 2 of the last 3 American presidents have been members, and it doesn't matter who wins this year's American election, as we already know it'll be a Skull and Bones White House. Both George Bush and John Kerry are bonesmen. Never heard of it? Well, Skull and Bones like to keep it that way. After new members go through an occult initiation ceremony, they swear to a strict code of secrecy that forbids them from ever speaking about what goes on inside the club. Like to join? Well, you have to be invited. And the only people each year who receive the invitation are 15 students from America's most aristocratic university, Yale. In this programme, we'll be exploring this strange society and trying to answer the key question: how does one tiny club provide both presidential candidates? Is it coincidence, conspiracy, or something else altogether?
Say John Kerry wins this presidential election, that will mean that 3 of the last 4 American presidents come from this one small secret society.
There are nearly 10 members of the administration whom George W. Bush appointed who are members of Skull and Bones.
Does it still exist? I mean, the thing is so secret, I'm not even sure it still exists.
You can't tell me that these 10 men happen to be the most qualified men for the job.
He talked about all sorts of difficult things. He talked about being indicted for conspiracy. He talked about 2 divorces. He even talked about his time in the CIA, and he would not talk about Skull and Bones.
When I see it, is it fairly obvious that...
Yes. It's fairly obvious that it's a strange building.
My search for the secrets of Skull and Bones begins on a wet spring afternoon on the Yale campus. My guide is Peggy Adler, a tenacious researcher who helped investigate the Iran-Contra scandal in the 1980s and has been probing into Skull and Bones for almost 20 years. We're on the way to Skull and Bones headquarters, the intriguingly named tomb on one of Yale's main thoroughfares. So, is this...
On the left.
Oh, right. I can see why it's called the tomb.
That's why it's called the tomb. It's called across the street.
I mean, it seems very appropriate weather that we're in the middle of this storm. There's, thunder every now and then. Looking at this building, which does look... It's quite an imposing, quite a dark-looking building, really, isn't it?
Right in the middle of the campus.
Should we take a closer look?
You can if you want.
Yeah?
I'll stay here.
Why don't you want to come up?
I just feel that since I live locally and continue to be cited in articles by name, that I'll just stay on this side of the street.
You don't want to come up there and knock on the door?
Oh, no.
Wish me luck.
Good luck.
It's Sunday, when the 15 members of Skull and Bones normally meet, and it's their last chance before the university breaks up for the summer. We waited for the chance to see the bonesmen and ask them what actually goes on inside. And there was an added attraction. A top bonesman was in town, none other than George W. Bush, here for his daughter's graduation the next day. Okay, well, I'm just going to go inside, well, as close as I can to the tomb. Just coming up these steps, and there are these huge double black doors that must be, I'd say, about 15 feet high, surrounded by concrete pillars. And then there's 2 big padlocks, obviously saying, let's have a check. They are definitely locked. There's no way of getting in here. I'll knock on the door and see if anyone's in. looking through the door, you can't even see through the cracks. This is a place where they definitely don't want anyone to know what's going on inside. It's definitely trying to say, privacy, keep out. The building is hard to miss, a 50-foot high windowless mausoleum of grey stone squatting in the middle of Yale's campus. The rules of the club forbid any non-member from ever going inside, but Peggy's come pretty close. She was part of a team that successfully recorded part of the initiation ceremony that takes place in the tomb's courtyard.
Okay, you have the doorway here.
Yeah.
Okay, then to the right you have a hedge, and then you have an evergreen tree. If you follow that line straight back, courtyard's in there.
Ah, okay.
So
that's where they have the ceremonies in
the outdoor part of it. Part of it was indoors, so we only got to see the outdoor part.
Right.
We only got and to listen to the outdoor part. God only knows what went on indoors.
And what did you hear? What was it you know? You managed to get this unique
it was
access to it.
disgusting. It was gross. I mean, they were pretending to murder people.
What was the tone of it, though? Was it jokey or was it quite...
No, it wasn't jokey at all. It was sick. It's about the only way I can describe it. It was sick.
What you're hearing is the first recording ever made of the Skull and Bones initiation ceremony. It has never been broadcast before. 15 new members of the club are being introduced into the macabre rituals of Skull and Bones by the senior students who are about to graduate. The club has what some might see as a strange fascination with death, skulls and bones. There's the chants too, difficult to hear first of all, but including the devil equals death and death equals death. These rituals have been honed over centuries, giving the society a weird set of traditions, rules and secrets. For example, initiates are known as neophytes, outsiders are called barbarians, and the number 322 is sacred. Alexandra Robbins is a Yale graduate who's written one of the few books to investigate the society, The Secrets of the Tomb.
According to Skull and Bones legend, in 322 BC, when the Greek orator Demosthenes died, there was a goddess Eulogia, the goddess of eloquence, who arose to the heavens and didn't happen to come back down again until 1832, when she took up residence with Skull and Bones. So now everything within this society is geared toward this goddess Eulogia. They sing sacred anthems to her. They have a shrine to her that they open for meetings. They call each other the Knights of Eulogia. So we have running as our presidential contenders 2 Knights of Eulogia.
Anyone who's heard Kerry or Bush speak may find it hard to believe that the goddess of eloquence has been listening to their prayers. The society was set up in 1832 by a Yale student called William Russell. While studying in Europe, Russell became friendly with the head of a German secret society that also used a skull as a symbol. When he returned to Yale, Russell established Skull and Bones, only choosing the most promising students at Yale from the best families. The Russells made their fortune from the Chinese opium business, and we've discovered that their partners were none other than the Forbes family, including the great-grandfather of John Kerry. Nowadays, members are chosen, or tapped to use the society's term, either because they're campus hotshots tipped for greatness like John Kerry, or because they come from one of the families with long Skull and Bones traditions, like George W. Bush. For nearly 200 years, the great and the good have gone through the same bonding processes.
I believe that the year in the Skull and Bones tomb is meant to forge such fast friendships between the 15 strangers that after graduation they'll be less likely to spill the secrets of Skull and Bones, because to do so would mean to betray their new best friends. So how do you forge fast friendships? Well, spilling your innermost confidences is a good start. Each member of Skull and Bones spends between 1 and 3 hours standing in a dimly, cozy lit room in front of a painting of a woman recounting his sexual history for the other 14 members. That's something that George W. Bush would have done and something that John Kerry would have done.
Skull and Bones has used this intimacy to bind its members to secrecy, and it's worked to great effect. No one has ever gone public to reveal the club's secrets. When the historian Warren Goldstein wrote a biography of a famous bonesman, William Sloane Coffin, he found out how seriously the vow of secrecy is taken.
He wouldn't talk about it. He wouldn't talk about it. He talked about all sorts of difficult things. He talked about being indicted for conspiracy. He talked about 2 divorces. He even talked about his time in the CIA. And he even talked about dreadful things inside his own family. He talked even about an incident of family violence. And he would not talk about Skull and Bones.
It says something about Skull and Bones when Sloane Coffin will talk about beating his wife, but not about his club. Skull and Bones isn't the only Yale secret society, but what's different about being a bonesman is its power kicks in when students leave university. They can then tap into one of the most powerful, well-connected, and of course secret networks in the country. There have been bonesmen at the top of America's media, law, business and government since the 19th century, but it's in diplomacy, defence and espionage that the Skull and Bones network has most clearly flourished. In the post-war period, some of the key players in American foreign policy have been bonesmen: the Defense Secretary when the atomic bomb was dropped, the National Security Advisor during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the President's top advisor when America went to war in Vietnam. And when they had the power, these men used it to surround themselves with other bonesmen. In a world where who you know is far more important than what you know, connections to these kind of people are invaluable, and it still goes on today.
They know that they can call up any other member of Skull and Bones and ask for favors. The code phrase used to be, "Do you know General Russell?" I spoke to a member of Skull and Bones who called up a complete stranger who was another member of Bones, asked him for money, and the guy invested 6 figures in his company. So the connections are there and they work.
What evidence do we have of how those networks actually operate once they leave Yale?
Well, for example, there are nearly 10 members of the administration whom George W. Bush appointed who are members of Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones is a tiny club. There are maybe 800 living members at any one time. So you can't tell me that these 10 men happen to be the most qualified men for the job.
We contacted countless members of Skull and Bones and spoke to many of them, but none would be interviewed. It's without a doubt the most tightly knit of the elite clubs we've investigated. They make the Bilderberg Group and the Masons look like gossips. One of the bonesmen we contacted, a top Los Angeles lawyer, left us a message which showed just how tight the Skull and Bones ties are, even after 3 decades.
Yes, Simon. I'm in Washington today, actually, with the president, but we'll be back in my office tomorrow, Wednesday, Los Angeles time. Be happy to chat with you then.
The message will be erased.
When we called him back, he was happy to talk to us, but not about Skull and Bones. It was, of course, no surprise that George W. became a bonesman. Generations of his family, including his dad and both his grandfathers, spent time in the tomb. The 2 different Bush administrations were littered with bonesmen, and just as importantly, so were their donor lists. Left-wing critics of Skull and Bones use Bush's links to the club as evidence of his elitist credentials, but there's just as compelling evidence of the influence of bonesmen on the man who would be president, John F. Kerry.
If George Bush wants to make national security the central issue of this campaign, I have 3 words for him. We know he understands. Bring it on!
John Kerry left Yale in 1966 to begin his rapid rise through American politics, but the fact that he'd been tapped for Skull and Bones and asked to join the club clearly meant a lot to him. Journalist Jacob Weisberg found out just how much in the mid-1980s when he'd taken a break before his final year at Yale to work in Washington.
And there I was minding my own business, writing articles about politics, when I got a call from the office of then Senator John Kerry, well, still Senator John Kerry. And his secretary said, "Senator Kerry would like to see you." And I said, "Oh, certainly, be happy to. What does he want to see me about?" And she said, "He won't tell me. Could you be in his office in the morning?" And I thought, this is very interesting. And maybe he was going to leak me a story. I was working as a journalist. I had really no idea what it was about, but you don't pass up a meeting like that. And there I was sitting in his office the next morning, and he was making small talk, and I was really wondering what this was about. And eventually he got to the point, which was that he was tapping me, to use the term of art, for Skull and Bones, the secret society at Yale. And we went around a little bit about it, and he asked me to think about it. And I did think about it for a while, and then I decided, in fact, not to join.
Wasn't that really strange, though, the idea of this is senator, his time is quite precious, that he would be bothering to tap people for a university club?
Well, I was impressed, and I think the object was for me to be impressed. And it occurred to me that if my politics had been conservative rather than liberal, the same thing might have happened with then Vice President George Bush.
And what did that tell you about the club? I mean, it seems quite an amazing thing that senators, 20 years after they left the university, are still trying to get people involved in it.
I was amazed, really, at how seriously he took it and how a lot of people still seem to take it. I was impressed at their ability to have tentacles that powerful reaching to Washington to do something like this.
The fact that Senator Kerry was recruiting for Skull and Bones some 20 years after leaving Yale isn't so surprising when you consider how deeply connected important parts of Kerry's life have been to the club. Both his marriages have had Bones connections. His first wife's brother was a Bonesman and is still a key confidant, and his second wife, the heiress to the Heinz fortune, was the widow of a Bonesman. David Greenberg is a political scientist at Yale University who's written about the importance of Skull and Bones to both Kerry and the Bush family.
They did treat it as an important honor to have received as Yale students. Someone I know who had been through some of the papers of George Bush Sr. found a letter from John Kerry to Bush Sr. that was signed, "Yours in 322, or something to that effect, which is the standard Skull and Bones number, the secret number. And if that's true, if Kerry is writing to the then President of the United States using this Skull and Bones mumbo-jumbo, it does suggest that he still places a kind of importance on this college experience that many of us wouldn't.
The passing of such codes between senior politicians is uncomfortable for voters who pride themselves on America's commitment to a free and open democracy. Alexandra Robbins is one of a growing number of commentators who've expressed unease about politicians running for the highest office in America and still being members of Skull and Bones.
I don't think any member of the U.S. government, especially the president, should be allowed to hold an allegiance to a secret society, because doing so automatically means they're putting something else above the interests of the American people. I think it counters democracy. I think it's damaging to our interests, and I don't think either of them should maintain ties with Skull and Bones.
We would have liked to have questioned John Kerry and George Bush about their affiliation to Skull and Bones, but it's not a subject they'll happily talk about. Kerry and Bush have hardly ever been asked about the club and its eccentricities, like its reverence of the number 322. When the president was asked about Skull and Bones on American television, he could hardly have been less forthcoming.
It's so secret we can't talk about it.
What does that mean for America? The conspiracy theorists are going to go wild.
I'm sure they are. I don't know. I haven't seen the web.
Number 322?
Not convincing? Wait till you hear John Kerry's attempt to make light of the matter when he was asked about Skull and Bones by the same interviewer.
You both were members of Skull and Bones, a secret society at Yale. What does that tell us?
Not much, because it's a secret.
Is there a secret handshake? Is there a secret code?
I wish there were something secret I could manifest.
322, a secret number?
There are all kinds of secrets, Tim, but one thing is not a secret. I disagree with this president's direction that he's taking the country. We can do a better job.
That is as much as either of the two men running for the most powerful office in the world will say about their Skull and Bones membership. But then Skull and Bones members, no matter who they are notoriously reluctant to talk about virtually any aspect of the club. After countless calls and emails to club members, we finally found one who would talk, not about the secrets of Skull and Bones, but about why politicians don't like talking about the club. Dana Milbank is White House correspondent for the Washington Post and a member of Skull and Bones who I caught up with on the election trail. What did you make, though, of when both Bush and Kerry have been asked about Skull and Bones?
I think their answers are they just wish the subject would change to the next one. I mean, in Bush's case, that's a standard response. It's just sort of his stock line that basically says, change the subject. Kerry's is a little bit more, let's say, less refined. He may come up with a new one, but his is essentially the same thing and says, next question.
Well, what about when you were there? Because you were a member of Skull and Bones, is that right?
How did John Kerry answer the question? It's so secret we can't even talk about it.
It's something striking, though. I know people have said, it's just an anomaly, but there's only 15 people a year there's only, 800 or 900 living members of Skull and Bones, and out of that small number you get 2 people running for president. And that does seem to say something about the American political system.
I'm sure that in your report you'll figure out the answer to that question, but I don't know what it is.
It is strange, though, the whole notion of the secrecy. You don't think I can understand maybe when you're at university and it gives you a bit more kudos, maybe, but once you graduate, it seems slightly strange.
Look, I mean, I think you understand in this whole interview, I'm not very interested in talking about the details of how these things function. The secrecy is not really. It's not really for secrecy's sake. I mean, it's really quite sensible, and that is what's secret about this is what you say and do in confidence with your friends. So, so people resisting talking about it, it's just, I mean, would if you were to ask the president and John Kerry what they've said to their psychiatrist, they would probably resist telling you that too. But so there's a very sensible reason for the secrecy, and
that's a very different relationship, presumably, or is it? That seems to be saying that it's like therapy sessions.
There are those who have said that.
In the whole 15-minute interview, Dana Milbank didn't say the words Skull and Bones once. One of the questions that he found so hard to answer is how can a club as small as Skull and Bones produce both presidential candidates in 1 year? It's a tricky subject. Some argue it's just a coincidence, but inevitably others have seen the sinister signs of a conspiracy, a satanic society cloaked in secrecy that chooses who will be president. Warren Goldstein, a Yale graduate who now teaches history at the nearby University of Hartford, says conspiracy theories mask what Skull and Bones is really about.
The conspiracy that is there is the conspiracy that's really pointed to by Skull and Bones, if not actually represented by it. And that is the American conspiracy of class. Because the people who run for president, by and large, come from the highest reaches of the American establishment.
We always tend to think of America over here as a great classless society.
And that is a profound mistake. Even though most Americans won't admit it, that is a profound mistake. It is a deeply class-driven society.
You would definitely describe, wouldn't you, both the Bush family and the Forbes family as American aristocracy?
Absolutely. Not just American elite, but some of the elite of the elite.
Your daddy is a Yale man. We may be married soon. There's no home for rent, so we may pitch a tent in the backyard of Morris, the backyard of Morris.
George Bush and John Kerry's aristocratic credentials go back generations. Bush went to Andover, Kerry went to St. Paul, America's equivalent of Eton and Harrow, before moving on to Yale, just like their fathers before them. Let's not forget they also share the distinction of both families owning their own private islands. They try their best to play this down, George W. with his cowboy image and Texan ranch, and John Kerry by promoting his Vietnam War record. But there's no hiding their aristocratic pedigree. Even Bush and Kerry's middle names, Walker and Forbes respectively, aren't what they seem. They're double-barrel names, reminders of their family's place in America's aristocracy. If they were British, Kerry and Bush would probably be sitting in the House of Lords rather than running for top elected positions. It's graduation day at Yale, when thousands of proud parents see where their hard-earned money has been spent. Getting a Yale education doesn't come cheap. On average, it costs around £80,000 to send your child here, unless you're lucky enough to get a scholarship. For current Yale students, Skull and Bones isn't that different from the other secret campus societies. It's just the most prestigious. The club is changing. Since the 90s, it stopped being an all-male preserve and allowed women to join. Outside the tomb, I meet Scott, the third generation of his family to go to Yale. Scott's well connected on campus, with a third of the current crop of Skull and Bones as friends.
From what I understand of Skull and Bones and the bigger societies is that they no longer really
pick the people that they think are going to be tomorrow's leaders. I think in those days they really could tell, and they did a much better job of picking them. These days I think that the big societies don't really judge for future success. It's more to make sure you have a diverse group of people, make sure that everyone, you got to have someone from different ethnic groups.
Later, after many hours of waiting, we finally get some evidence of this apparent change when we see a member of Skull and Bones emerging from the windowless tomb.
From the BBC, I was just wondering, trying to find out, we're doing a piece about Yale, about this building, what it is.
You should find out from someone else.
Sorry, is that Skull and Bones?
Yes, it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, so and you were inside?
I won't talk about it anymore.
Right. You can't talk about it?
Nope.
Are you a member then?
I'm actually on the phone. So
Right.
I have to go.
Okay.
What was striking, though, about actually meeting a current Skull and Bones member, apart from the fact that she's probably on the phone telling the people inside not to come out of this exit, is that she was totally against the image one has of Skull and Bones members of being white Anglo-Saxon Protestant males. She was a young Muslim woman who was wearing a hijab and who clearly was a member.
Some believe that making the club less elitist, coupled with the changes in American society, will see Skull and Bones' influence wane. But its demise has been predicted before. Ron Rosenbaum, a journalist who first investigated the club in the late 1970s, says it'd be foolish to write it off too soon.
When I first began to investigate Skull and Bones back in 1977, everyone was saying that the Eastern establishment and institutions like Skull and Bones were in decline. But say John Kerry wins this presidential election, that will mean that 3 of the last 4 American presidents come from this one small secret society at Yale. And even if Kerry loses, it will mean that the White House has been occupied for 3 of its last 5 4-year terms by members of Skull and Bones. So clearly the Eastern establishment and institutions like Skull and Bones still have a way of boosting its members into leadership positions.
Clearly, you don't have to be a Bonesman or an American aristocrat to make it to the presidency. Bill Clinton and Ronald Reagan proved that. But while American politics runs on big money and connections, it will always be easier for people from the right background to make it to the top. This is proved not just by Kerry and the Bush family, but by other blue blood presidential candidates like Al Gore and Howard Dean. For a British politician, having a blue-blooded background has been a liability in recent years, but in America, a silver spoon in your mouth and a Skull and Bones pin in your lapel can definitely help get you to the top.
The presenter was Simon Cox and the producer Richard Varden. Next week's Club Class will explore one of the most powerful groups in Britain today, the Press Barons.
My name is Michael Toth. I am the writer, director, and producer of this project.
In 1717, 4 Masonic lodges, which had been meeting from time immemorial, met and consecrated the first Masonic Grand Lodge in London, England. It was the first public and formally acknowledged organization of Freemasons. The year 2017 will be the 300th anniversary.
When in 1717 it came out in public, Freemasonry may well have pioneered the very concept of religious freedom, the individual right to worship God according to one's own conscience. Masons believed in the education of children by laymen. They also believed in the outrageous idea that people have the right to make their own laws, and choose their own rulers, and elect their own government. These concepts of Masonic purpose were new, different, and important.
To honor that special occasion, I am developing a dramatic feature This will be a 90-minute long TV pilot in subsequent 32 episodes, approximately 55 minutes each.
The 33-episode structure is indicative and symbolic of 33 degrees a Freemason can obtain in his journey of instruction through Freemasonry.
People ask me what kind of TV series this would be. Just imagine a program with great actors, with elements and the quality of the Mad Men TV series, Game of Thrones, Boardwalk Empire, and Downton Abbey in one epic story.
Dozens of documentaries were produced and broadcast on TV cable channels, but none of them with the real understanding of what Freemasonry is all about.
It is about time to show the world the real story of Freemasonry and the real character of the so-called secret society that's been behind the scenes of history for so many centuries.
This is a story about an imaginary fictional branch of one famous Masonic family, the Sinclairs. Many members of this family belong to the Society of the Freemasons, but some of their own kin violently oppose the principles, philosophy, and actions of the so-called craft. In this family and its centuries-old history, there are doomed relationships, love, hate, murder, even deep friendships between rivals.
Throughout the series, we will see the changes that took place in societies at some crucial moments of the 1,000-year-old history of their family tree. While some members influenced actual historical events of their era, others were crushed and forgotten by history. The series will portray the ebb and flow of the Sinclair family fortunes, as well as the Freemasons' fortunes from multiple perspectives.
The story of the series will take place mostly in 3 time periods, in America and Europe: contemporary 21st century, the 1930s and 40s, and the 1960s. Also, there will be occasional short excursions into different time periods and locations, such as the Middle Ages, French Revolution, the American Revolutionary War, etc. Knowing this intriguing saga is based in historical facts, this story will compel viewers to return. They'll become enchanted with the characters that visit their homes every week.
We will be filming on location in 6 countries on 3 continents. The Masons TV series will be seen not only in the U.S., but also in every country in the free world where the Freemasons fraternity has built up centuries of both intense devotion and equally dedicated antagonism.
Fascination with Freemasonry as a historical subject is obvious. The depth of its influence through world-famous men over the last 300 years, if not longer, would provide any filmmaker with an extensive and colorful palette from which to create.
The question is, who would watch a dramatic TV series with the subject of Freemasonry? We are confident that there are a huge number of people who are interested in this subject. There are about 6 million Freemasons throughout the world, of whom about 1,500,000 are in this country.
There are an additional 15 million men and women who are members of groups either founded by or directly related to Freemasonry. If we only count Masons, affiliated organizations, and their families in the U.S. alone, there are at least 20 million people very motivated to watch this program. Then, there are the many other people who aren't connected to Freemasonry, but are very much interested to find out more about our so-called secret society.
Imagine you awoke one day to find out that everything you knew about yourself was a lie. This is a story of one young man's search for his true identity, and a family story spanning 10 centuries. From crusading wars of the Middle Ages to the formation of the United States, from the Second World War to events that shaped today's global economy. His quest for knowledge about his family will take him to an ancient organization whose members changed the course of history. A Knight Templar fighting for a true fate. 2 brothers on the opposite sides of the Civil War. An American pilot saved from a concentration camp by a German soldier belonging to the same secret brotherhood. A young lieutenant witnessing the meeting of 2 great men determined to save the world. A girl's love that is impossible to fulfill. A grandfather's fight to keep his family from vanishing forever. And this young man who learns about his true identity becomes the last drop of the ancient bloodline, is initiated into the Brotherhood of Freemasons, as generations of his ancestors had done before him. Mysterious people, rebellious people, generous people, famous people. The Masons, an epic story of extraordinary people. How they arrived in society, how they survived throughout history, what they brought to civilization, what they built, what they lost, their passions, their dreams, their tragedies, their triumphs. Crossing oceans and continents, this multi-generational family saga tells a story of people who strove to build a better life and a better world. The Masons TV series, an exciting saga in 33 episodes.
What connects the two uncrowned kings of Ireland? The Irish-born Duke regarded as the greatest general in British military history, Ireland's greatest architect, the Irishman who designed the White House, and the Irishman who ordered it burnt to the ground. With Irish Freemasonry, ancient Egypt, the Knights Templar, and the Dublin Hellfire Club. Dublin's Obelisk, Chapter 2 of An Untold History of Ireland, tells the many unusual tales behind the monoliths which are dotted around the city, and the men in whose honour they were built, men who had a profound effect on not only Irish but world history. Ireland, and Dublin in particular, has a large concentration of obelisks. We find them in parks, housing estates, the countryside, city centres, hilltops, and roundabouts. On the main thoroughfares, and even on the grounds of the Irish government buildings. Many have associations with or were built by Freemasons or in honour of prominent men who were Freemasons. Their presence has piqued the curiosity of many, but gone unnoticed by even more.
So this is the home of the Grand Lodge of Ireland, the administrative centre, if you want, the administrative body of Irish Freemasonry, the governing body, the sovereign body of Irish Freemasonry. And Grand Lodge of Ireland has met here since 1869. The building was actually made for them. It was made by them and for them. It's a purpose-built building. Grand Lodge of Ireland dates back to 1725. That's the start date we have. Now, it's probably a couple of years older than that. But there's no actual record of the foundation of Grand Lodge of Ireland.
No, not necessarily. I think that obelisks can be Masonic, but on the other hand, they may not.
Obelisks are very definitely Freemasonic, and they've been put there. They've been put there almost as encouragement to to members of the organisation to say that here we are, we're doing our thing, we're looking after you, and other Masons will recognise these symbols and in much the same way as a Christian would recognise a cross.
Well, they are and they aren't, in that it seems natural to assume that the phallic tradition, phallic worship tradition, which modern obelisks would probably hark back to, would precede that of organised religion or Freemasonry. So in that way, there wouldn't be a connection. However, as with many other things, the Freemasonic societies do appreciate and do try to incorporate ancient understandings in their architecture, in their symbolism, in their monuments. They are connected to Freemasonry, in that if we look at most of the designers of the major obelisks around Europe and America, we find that it would be Freemasonic architects that would be behind it. So whether there is a direct connection or not, we can't exactly say, but we certainly see that Freemasons certainly have a tender spot for Egyptian thought, let's say, and for obelisks. Now this brings up a myriad of other possibilities, because the tradition of obelisks goes back much further than religion as we know it.
No, not necessarily. I think that obelisks can be Masonic, but on the other hand, they may not. This sounds a bit odd, but nevertheless, they can be used for Masonic purposes and they cannot be. The connection, of course, is because of Freemasonic connections with ancient Egypt, or claims to have connections with ancient Egypt through the learning of geometry and the building of ancient artifacts.
The Freemasonic Egyptian question is actually a very interesting one. First of all, because Freemasonry doesn't claim any lineage with the Egyptian mystery schools as such, or with Egyptian thought. However, we do see, in terms of their symbolism and their architecture, we see Egyptian thought and Egyptian philosophy represented consistently through Masonic architecture. We can go to the obelisk, for example, which itself harks back to the Osiris concept, of the shaft of Osiris. We see that represented through the Eye of Cleopatra, which was taken from Egypt and now is at the Thames in London. We also see a replica of that same principle in the Washington Monument in DC, or also by the obelisk in the Vatican, also in Rome.
Freemasonry. Some scholars date it back to the building of the Temple of Solomon and the story of Hiram Abiff, if I pronounced that correctly, which would predate Christianity. Others point to the Knights Templar, while many would argue that Freemasonry, as we know today, began with the creation of the Grand Lodge. Could you please give some understanding of the origins of Freemasonry, touching, if you can, on the possible starting points mentioned?
Freemasonry is originating from an old traditional craft, the stonemasons. I see the origin of Freemasonry in the lodges, which were the lean-to structures on cathedral building sites. And those lodges, both in
Middle Ages and also today had some stories or contents, and that was King Solomon's temple. They said, where was building and craft coming from? It was the main big building at those times, but King Solomon's times. He built a magnificent building in Jerusalem, which was unique in those times, and not only Solomon was involved, but also architects from neighboring countries. And when you mention Hiram Abiff was an architect from the neighboring, from the Lebanon, a Phoenician. And the Phoenician architecture was deriving from the Egyptian architecture. When you see Phoenician temples, they resemble very much the Egyptian temples. So all this knowledge of building, of big, vast buildings, came from old times and were used also in the medieval ages during the construction of cathedrals and castles and bridges and so on. And that's where the origin of craft masonry is coming from. And we follow those traditions. We have similar tools which the old masons used before: square, compass, chisel, hammer, and so on. But we put a symbol on it for our own life.
If you take the great obelisk in Phoenix Park, the Wellington Testimonial, well, we know that Smirk, the architect, was a Freemason, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the obelisk has any Masonic connections, simply because obelisks were used for monuments throughout Europe and indeed in America. This is the most astonishing example of a monument. It's a monument in Cumber in County Down to Major General Sir Robert Rollo Gillespie, and at the bottom of the column and the plinth it has overt Masonic symbols, Jachin and Boaz. It's got the 5-pointed and the 6-pointed star. It has the Masonic tools and instruments, Euclid's 47th proposition, the 2 squares on the smaller sides of a triangle equaling the square on the longest side. We have the plumb line, we have the square, we have the compasses, and much else. It's an extraordinarily overt piece of Masonic symbolism in a public square in Cumber in County Down.
A lot of people who would be interested in this subject would look at obelisks in a wide-ranging way. They can range from, a Masonic symbol of power, I suppose, a masculine active power from that perspective. And you've also, it would go right to the other end of the spectrum where you would have people, certain knowledgeable people that would look at obelisks as symbolizing a certain way of harnessing energy. And this is where it gets very interesting and a little bit on the fringe of what we might be used to discussing.
Looking at here is a giant Masonic obelisk, a giant power talisman that was built with religious love and care. A lot of people know this. Remember in Ghostbusters, where the whole building is an antenna for religious power? They didn't think that up. It's in all the Masonic literature. You see, so you'd think of it like that, and people would say, well, that's in a movie. Well, movies generally reflect life. They just then add some stupid ghosts and goblins to it. Let's be clear. I don't believe that they're really pulling energy and power into their phallus and energizing themselves to be God men. They believe it.
From a Masonic point of view, whether it be cathedrals or lodges and temples or even monuments, is that they use the stone as an allegory for the human being himself, in that if, to use the Hermetic axiom, as above, so below, in other words, saying that we ourselves as individuals are a microcosm of the macrocosm, or the cosmos, as above, so below in that respect. And in a way that if they can, I believe that the belief is that if you can represent cosmic structure and cosmic principles in stone masonry building, they act as a sort of magnetic talisman, if you will, on the material, in the material world, linking us through mathematics and geometry with the celestial realms. This might sound sort of high-flying and a little bit speculative as well, but we do find that the more we go back into ancient traditions, the more that we find this to be the case.
The obelisk naturally refers to the sun. The sun's rays, it's also a symbol of power, but it does not necessarily have a Masonic connection.
Not a Masonic symbol.
No connection.
Being that they say that they're not a secret society, but they're a society with secrets.
I've come across symbols and lodges and elements of Freemasonry in literature and film and television, in graveyards, buildings, public parks, public monuments. I am at a stage now where I realise that the Freemasonry organisation is probably more powerful today than ever it has been.
Yes, you are the 32nd degree Mason.
That is fact.
All right. We're going to have to grill you.
Oh, by all means.
Now, it is said by many, Richard Hoagland, my guest tonight, various callers who hinted at it, that the Masons are the power structure behind everything. That the Masons possibly worship the devil, Satan. And I think you have great umbrage with that, at least that much of it, right?
It offends me greatly.
And now you know the subject of tonight's broadcast. Art Bell is doing it again, intentionally deceiving the public. Here he is, pretending to know absolutely nothing about Freemasonry, and he has a rigged call with a 32nd degree Freemason calling in to him. And Bell is feigning ignorance. And right off the bat, he makes a statement that he knows is wrong. No one, at least no one that I know, has claimed that Freemasons worship the devil. On the contrary, I've made it a point on this broadcast to make my audience understand, or at least bring them to an understanding, whether they believe it or not, that Freemasons do not believe in a devil. They don't believe in Satan. They do believe in a Lucifer and the Luciferian philosophy. Here's what they believe, ladies and gentlemen. They believe that the story of the Garden of Eden is a metaphor. A metaphor that explains in their teachings how man could have remained an ignorant beast, just another animal, if he had not progressed through his evolution to the point where he could think originally instead of act merely upon instinct, as most animals do. They believe that man, in this metaphor, was held prisoner in the Garden of Eden by an unjust and vindictive God, held prisoner in the chains or the bonds of ignorance. Now that means, in their story, that man was just an animal. He could not think. That he was set free from these chains, from his imprisonment, by Lucifer, or Prometheus, who gave man the gift of fire, or the gift of intellect, who said to Adam and Eve, first, according to the story, seduced Eve, to eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And then Eve seduced Adam to do the same. So through the gift of intellect, being able to think, knowing wrong from right, having now intelligence, common sense, if you will, man was set free from the bonds that animals find themselves enslaved within. That is ignorance, the inability to think, the inability to reason, held prisoner in the Garden of Eden, in innocence, ignorance, subject to the laws of nature. And according to who was then the agent of Lucifer, in reality, in the mysteries, they are the same thing, Lucifer and Satan. Man could become as God. That's the promise made to Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden by Lucifer, or Satan. The two are the same in the mysteries. Same thing. Prometheus in the ancient Greek myths. It's the same story. In the myth, Prometheus brought the gift of fire to mankind. Fire in the mysteries is synonymous with intellect, the mind, reason, the ability to think. This is called the Luciferian philosophy. This is what all of the adepts of not just Freemasonry, but for sure Freemasonry, and all of the other highest adepts of whatever secret fraternal order you wish to name. I don't care who it is. I don't care what the name is. They all believe the same thing. And they all work behind the veil to make this come true. That through the use of the gift of intellect, man will conquer nature and will himself become God. That's the Luciferian philosophy. Art Bell knows that full well. Art Bell is a very highly degreed Freemason of the Scottish Rite. He may belong to other secret orders also, but he has admitted on his own broadcast to being a Freemason. Many of you heard him. It was late in the night when a caller caught him by surprise and asked him point blank, and he said yes. And then he said, "Are you a fellow traveler?" And the caller said yes. And then Art said, "Well, we're not going to talk about this anymore on this show tonight." And that was the end of it. So what Art Bell is doing here, and this was just a few nights ago, on his Dreamland show, I believe. No, it wasn't Dreamland, I'm sorry. But it was just a few nights ago, not too long ago, that this occurred. And I want to make sure that you know about it and know that he's deceiving you, and so is the caller. And if you have listened to our Mystery Babylon series, where we have revealed the truth about Freemasonry and all of the other highest adepts of the secret orders, and remember, we are not talking about the lower degrees in these orders, people who are sucked in for promise of material gain and preference and jobs and contracts and everything else, and legal matters, go in to get preferential treatment in their communities and in the legal system and in business and in government. The secret handshake will get you a long way, ladies and gentlemen. Don't even kid yourself that it won't. So let's listen a little further to this Art Bell deception. Oh, he is a great deceiver. And who is the great deceiver? Who is the greatest deceiver of all? Lucifer, right? If mankind was made by God, mankind can be nothing more than a small part of that from which he was made. And since before God made the universe, nothing existed but God, everything that has been made in the universe must be made from what existed originally, and the only thing that existed originally was God. So the most that man can ever hope for is that somewhere within him he has the smallest portion of that original God which created everything from his own thought. The promise of Lucifer that man could become as God, or as it has been perverted. Remember, Lucifer promised man could become as God. Man has perverted that into man will become God, or man is God. None of it is true. For no part can ever be equal to or greater than the whole. Listen carefully.
Offends you greatly.
And it especially offends me when people who ostensibly have good reasons for discussing whatever that you're discussing in regards to the Masons are severely deluded, or they have some other agenda as far as trying to make the Masons look like this, behind-the-scenes group that's manipulating things.
So you deny that too?
Oh, absolutely. When I was in the military...
Then here's what the callers would say. Why has just about every single president of the U.S. been a Mason?
Actually, to give you an exact figure, there's been 16 presidents, and the last one was Gerald Ford.
Well, you've got to admit, with the number of presidents we have, that's a pretty high percentage.
About a third.
That's a pretty high percentage.
Well, also, there's a good chunk of the people that were in the Boston Tea Party that were Masons as well.
What percentage of the general population is Masonic?
Well, in the world, there's...
Not the world, just the U.S.
In the U.S., there's about 2 million Freemasons.
2 million out of 260 million, right?
Right.
Okay, those are the contemporary numbers. So how would we, looking back over the years, when the population was even less, and we could assume that the percentage of Masons remained the same, have ended up with that many Masonic presidents?
Well, one of the things that I will say tends to be kind of a trademark of the Masons is that it does seem to have attracted members who have been significant contributors to society.
And there you have a portion of the truth. Remember, they're only discussing Freemasonry. At the highest levels, the members of every single one of the different secret societies and fraternal orders belong to the same club. So it's not just 2 million, ladies and gentlemen. It's many more times that. Many, many more times that. But they get to a truth here. Number one, that fully 1/3 of the presidents that would admit that they were Freemasons or members of a secret society were indeed members of the Freemasonic order. 1/3 of all of the presidents of the United States. Now, I can tell you from my research that almost all of them, almost every single one of them, were members of Freemasonry or another secret order, and all were highly degreed. Some were members of the ancient order of the Rosicruci. Some were members of the ancient and military order of the Knights of Malta. Some were members, highly degreed members, of the Knights Templar, and I could go on and on. But I have found no president, not one, that was not a member, a highly degreed member of at least one of these secret orders, and all of them, all of the high degrees of all of the secret societies and fraternal orders are members of one club, with one goal, with one aim, with one plan. That's one world government, the elimination of all sovereign nation states, the elimination of all existing religions save theirs, shackling the mob, which means controlling the common man, or the profane as they call them, and the formation of a one-world government, their one-world government. And you heard this 32nd degree Freemason say, he admitted, that the people who make things happen in this country are Freemasons, and are the highly degreed members of the other fraternal orders also. Now, understand, ladies and gentlemen, that they do not believe in the God of the Christian Bible, or the Jewish Torah, or of the Muslim Quran. They believe in a pantheistic order of the universe, where everything is connected and everything is God. And since man is the only creature that can think and reason, the collective mind of man is the mind of God. Ergo, man is God. That's what they believe. That is the Luciferian philosophy. They do not believe in a devil. They do not believe in Satan. And they believe that Lucifer or the metaphor for Lucifer, which is the development of the mind of man, is the real hero in all of this. That if there was a Jesus, Jesus had his chance and blew it. Now it's Lucifer's turn. And you will hear in the depths of the mysteries that Lucifer and Jesus were brothers. Now, don't take any of it literally. It makes no difference what you believe when you're looking at what they believe. You must understand they do not believe as you do, or as I do, or as most people do. When their goal has been reached, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who want to persecute the Jews, they will exterminate Orthodox Judaism just as quickly as they will exterminate fundamental Christianity or the Muslim religion. Now, you don't have to believe me. Get in the books and research what they have written. You will find that what I say is true. And I have pretty well documented that fact over the last 7 years, I believe. So let's listen to some more of this little deception, this little play put on by Art Bell and his caller.
By virtue of the fact that we have high standards as far as character and conduct, we do tend to attract some pretty illustrious figures at times.
Have you ever wondered, you're a 32nd degree Mason.
Yes.
Now, there are a lot of people would say you wouldn't understand the full picture until you became a 33 degree Mason.
Well, and I can tell you this. Less than 1% of all Masons ever get up to 33 degrees.
Oh, I understand.
It is a very small
that would only enhance their belief in what I just said.
Well, the guy that called in talking about how the Scottish Rite Masons have got the Luciferian doctrine and so forth.
Yeah.
That was a forgery, and it's been known to have been a forgery for some time.
Ladies and gentlemen, he just told a bold-faced lie. It is not a forgery whatsoever. It was spelled out clearly by Albert Pike, one of the greatest Freemasons of all time, a 33rd degree Freemason of the Scottish Rite, who said that Freemasonry is a religion, and further named that religion as the Luciferian philosophy. He also said that the lower degrees are never told the truth. But with each initiation, they are told the same story, but given a different meaning, and that they do not discover the truth until they reach the 30th degree, not the 33rd degree, but the 30th degree. According to Albert Pike in his book, Morals and Dogma, which you will find on almost every table in the House of the Temple, which is the headquarters of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry in this country, you will find a whole library devoted to the works of Albert Pike, and it is named the Albert Pike Room. For many, many years in the United States of America, every time a new Freemason was administered his oath as an entered apprentice, he was handed a copy of Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma. So what you just heard this man who claims to be a 32nd degree Freemason say is a bold-faced lie. It's just a flat-out lie. Not only did Albert Pike say it, but I have read to you in their own words from their own writings, publications, and newsletters and newspapers over the years, many, many different prominent Freemasons who said exactly the same thing. It is the truth. They believe in the Luciferian philosophy without question. However, in the degrees, as you go up the ladder of degrees, every time you must take an oath. And remember, there are side shoots from these degrees where you take many other oaths. And each time a Freemason takes an oath, he swears upon penalty of death that he will not ever divulge the secrets of the lodge, of the order, of the fraternity of Freemasonry. It even, in the degrees, in the oaths, gives them the dictate that rather than reveal the secrets of the lodge, they must lie. And it's okay to lie. And it's not a sin, and there's nothing wrong with it. So if you ever believe that one of these people, after he's taken all of these oaths, which if he violates means he must submit to a punishment of pain of death, if you ever believe they're going to tell you the truth about the real religion and secrets and purpose of Freemasonry, you're not playing with a full deck of cards. And if you believe their other contention, which they will tell you that, oh, these are only rituals and these oaths don't mean anything, then not only are you not playing with a full deck of cards, but you came to the card game with an empty six-pack. Because that's another lie. The assertion that grown adult men take an oath swearing upon pain of death that they will or will not do something and that it means nothing is one of the greatest deceptions of all. Because if that means nothing, then his oath in a court of law means nothing. His oath upon a Bible means nothing. His word means nothing. It means he has no honor. For grown men do not take such oaths if they do not mean them. Let's listen a little more.
That is not a period Morals and Dogma, which I have myself. What that was, as I said, it was a forgery aimed at trying to discredit the Scottish Rite and Albert Pike.
And that's another lie. It does appear in Morals and Dogma, and many of you out there listening to this broadcast have read that book, have discovered that statement. You have it in your possession. You have the book. You have read it. What they count on, what they believe, is that the public has never read their writings, does not possess a copy of Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma, and even if they read it, do not have the ability or the intelligence to understand what it is that they read. But thanks to this broadcast over the years, the audience at the hour of the time does, has, and knows.
What the guy said in that forgery was that supposedly Albert Pike had sent a letter saying, to you, the brethren of the highest degrees, the 30th, 31st, 32nd, whom the Luciferian doctrine is, made known to, et cetera, et cetera. There was a lot of, like I said, there was a lot of basically BS aimed at discrediting the Masons.
Notice how Art Bell feigns ignorance. I will say this again. Art Bell is a highly degreed Freemason of the Scottish Rite, at least 32nd degree. He has admitted to being a member during his own broadcast, and many of you heard that broadcast, occurred early in the morning. I know that many of you heard it, because I was not listening to that broadcast. A couple of you called me and told me about it, and then all of a sudden I received a whole series of letters from listeners who heard the same broadcast, telling me in their letters what they heard. So, we went to order the tape of that broadcast, and it was not available for quite some time. When it was available, there was a conspicuous editing of the tape where that entire portion of the broadcast had been edited out, ladies and gentlemen. So, if you did not record the broadcast yourself, you will not find it on the tape.
Eh? But you know darn well a lot of people sitting out there right now saying, yeah, right.
Well, let me give you a little story here. When I was still in the service on active duty, one of my friends who was also somewhat inclined toward some of these conspiracy theories involving the Masons, he came up to me one day and he said, you just stay where you're at, you're going to get job hookups, you're going to get promotions, and people are going to do favors for you, you're going to get rich.
Well, now, you're not denying, are you, that there's a definite inside old boy club within Masonic tradition?
I'm not going to deny this happened in the past. It's not encouraged. One of the things that I was told when I joined the fraternity over 6 years ago was that anyone who describes himself or ascribes himself to be a Mason and then hands you a business card or tells you he's in some sort of field, does it for the wrong reason. And I firmly believe in that principle.
Yeah, but it still opens doors, though. It's undeniable. Look, I'm a member of a fraternity. I'm a ham operator.
Notice, ladies and gentlemen, that Art Bell, so that he cannot be accused of being a liar, just told the truth. Ham operators are not a fraternity. Ham operators are not a fraternity. When Art Bell said, I am a member of a fraternity, he was telling the truth. He is a Freemason. And then he said, I am a ham operator. And then he's going to use that as an example of how being a ham operator has gotten him certain things in life. And he's using the ham operator as a metaphor for his real, true Masonic experiences under the truth that he told, that he really does belong to a fraternity.
Right? Okay? That's opened doors for me all my life. It's gotten me jobs. And I would say that the fraternity of amateur radio is somewhat less mysterious and cohesive than the Masons. So I would believe that the Masons take care of their own. You wouldn't deny that, would you?
I would deny, like I said, that in the past there has been times where people have gotten promotions or maybe a little inside info. But here again, that's not the purpose. I'm sure the same can be said for a lot of people who are in business. They're going back to the old philosophy of, who you know and so forth.
Yeah.
But as far as there being this big, behind-the-scenes group of power brokers, I find it laughable. To finish what I was saying about my friend that you told me
You hear that he's willing to admit that it's happened in the past, but of course it doesn't happen now. Who does he think he's kidding? It has always happened. And if you read the ceremonies and the oaths in all of the degrees of Freemasonry, they are not only, ladies and gentlemen, being nice when they do something for their brothers in the fraternity. They are bound by their oath to help their brother Freemasons whenever their brother needs help, which means when he needs a job, which means when he's being prosecuted for a crime, which means when he is bidding for a contract, which means when he's up for promotion. If a Freemason is in a supervisory position and 3 men are up for promotion, one is a Freemason and the other 2 are not, the Freemason will be promoted. It is not up to their discretion. It is not something that they have a choice in. They are bound by their oath to do it. And when they reach a certain degree, ladies and gentlemen, the oath says that they absolutely must aid and comfort any fellow Freemason, no matter what he has done, no matter who he is. Treason, actually, that's wrong. It's murder and treason not accepted, which means even if they've created or committed murder or treason, all other Freemasons must help them, must hide them, must give them food, must give them shelter, must help them get away, must help them find a new identity and be established in a new life. Are you listening to me? I read the oath on this broadcast. Couldn't have been more. Had to be within the last 2 months. On this broadcast, I read you the oath verbatim on this broadcast. So again, he lies. Not only is it done, but it is absolutely required that he do it. That all Freemasons do it. It is not up to their discretion. It's not an elective.
You'll get job hookups and,
Right.
So I said, I've been 32nd degree Mason for a couple of years now. This was, about 4 or 5 years ago. And I said, I've been a 32nd degree Mason for a while. And no one's come up to me and offered me job hookups and promotions and, these little bennies. I said, if you know about all this stuff, and you're not even a member, why don't you clue me in and save me a couple of years?
Listen, can you hold on to a break?
Oh, man.
All right, good. Now, 32nd degree Mason from my competitor down there in San Diego. Here you are on the air again.
Yes, sir.
Glad to have you back.
Be back.
Well,
on spot.
How can you be sure? I mean, this really is a reasonable question. How can you be sure that when that extra giant leap is taken, that you have admitted only 1% of Masons ever make it to, that there is not information imparted to you that you simply don't know about now?
It's entirely possible. In fact, when you are promoted to 33rd degree, the only people who partake in the part of the initiation ceremony are the 33rd degrees.
You see why people believe what they believe?
Well, but still, if you were going to have a real-world conspiracy, why would you only let not even 1% of the people know about it?
That only very few know and control. It's power, right?
Oh, here again, if you consider that there's 2 million Masons in North America, and that was in North America, not just in the United States, so you figure that's well less than 1%.
And here's another deception, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, they're only talking about Freemasons, and so they're telling you that it's only 1% of the population. That's another lie. It is the highest degrees of all, every single one of the different secret societies and fraternal orders. And if you honestly believe that there's only a small handful of them, go to our website at harvest-trust.org. That's harvest-trust.org. Go down the home page until you find secret. and then click on it, you will find a list of only just the secret societies that have websites on the internet, and that's just the ones that we've been able to find so far. We know that there are more on the internet, but finding their website, ferreting it out, and making links to it is extremely time-consuming and very difficult. There are more. What you're going to see there when you click on that secret link on our homepage is just the obvious secret societies that we've been able to find so far. There are many secret societies that do not have websites. There are others that have websites that are accessible only by password. And there are some websites that we know of which we have not been able to ferret out yet. Some we have and have not had the time to put the links on the website yet. But what you will find will keep you busy for a long, long time. And what you're going to read on those sites will absolutely amaze you. And remember, it's a lot more than 1% of the population. The true numbers would absolutely amaze you. In fact, it's shocking. It's scary. Let's go back to the Art Bell and his 32nd degree anonymous Freemason deception here. Little play for the profane, so to speak.
So if you're looking at less than 1% of less than 1%,
yes,
you're now talking about an incredibly small number of people that would be involved in this knowledge at the top.
That's right.
And when you consider, I personally know several 33rd degree Masons.
Yes.
And it's not like they're bankers or financiers or captains of industry. There are a lot of guys who just happen to have been in the fraternity long enough, contributed enough as far as service or so forth to get to that point.
It has nothing to do with service as a Freemason as to whether you are invited to become a 33rd degree. And ladies and gentlemen, listen to me very carefully. The 33rd degree is a meritorious degree bestowed by invitation only. And it is not always bestowed just on Freemasons. It can be bestowed on high-ranked or highly degreed members of other fraternal orders, because the 33rd degree is not, ladies and gentlemen, a regular degree of Freemasonry of the Scottish Rite. The degrees end at the 32nd degree. They can make anyone they wish a 33rd degree Freemason. I have records where an individual was selected because of his performance toward the completion of the great work, which is the elimination of all nation states, the elimination of all existing religions save theirs, the shackling of the mob, and the creation of one world government. That's their goal. That is their goal. Anyone who helps in any way significantly toward meeting that goal can be initiated through all of the degrees and be bestowed a 33rd degree Freemason in one day. In one day, ladies and gentlemen, it has happened many times. And not necessarily just to Freemasons. And that's why a guy that works in Radio Shack can be a 33rd degree Freemason. Because it's not his work at Radio Shack that made him a 33rd degree Freemason. He may have published many books propagandizing the populace to believe in one world government, to believe that existing religions should be put aside. He may have worked in the public eye as a city councilman to guide his city into the New World Order. They want you to think that these people have made no contributions other than being in the fraternal order for many years. That's not how you get to be a 33rd degree Freemason of the Scottish Rite, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, that's one view.
Well, if I were a captain of industry, I wouldn't be going around disguising myself as maybe a guy that worked at Radio Shack.
Well, you never know what mission a Radio Shack employee might have. You see where you can go with this? In other words, you don't really know because you're a 32nd degree.
Now you see how Art Bill just very cleanly ridiculed the concept that an employee of Radio Shack could ever contribute to society in any meaningful way. And he wasn't just talking about Radio Shack. He's talking about the average man. What he's saying is that it's absolutely ridiculous to think that the average man, somebody living in your own hometown, could be involved in something greater than the Boy Scouts, for instance. That's what he's really saying, ladies and gentlemen. He's ridiculing the idea that anyone at any level could participate in propelling us into world government, into helping to do away with existing religions, into helping to shackle the mob, into helping to destroy sovereign nation states. But if you've been paying attention, you know that Art Bell just insinuated a lie.
Well, I can always, at some point, I like to think I'm at least a possible candidate to make it, but I can always call you back after I make 33rd in case something changes.
No, but you'd never call me back if you made 33rd.
Oh, certainly I would.
No, you wouldn't.
It gives me great pleasure to shoot some holes in some of these idiot fantasies and conspiracies I hear.
Now, Art Bell just told the truth. If he ever makes 33rd degree, he will never call back, and he will never tell the truth about it. In fact, he has not told the truth about anything yet. He has disguised it. He has taken an oath upon pain of death not to reveal any of the secrets of the lodge. In fact, his oaths tell him that if faced with telling the truth, telling the secrets, or telling a lie, he must tell a lie. Art Bell knows much more about the 33rd degree than what he's letting on. Maybe Art Bell has already reached that pinnacle of the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. He may have. For I can tell you, quite frankly, and with all the truthfulness in the world, that Art Bell is doing as much or more than anybody ever has to destroy the concept of sovereign nation states, destroy all existing religions, to shackle the mob in the chains of ignorance with all of the deceptions and lies and hoaxes that he promotes on his broadcast, and to propel us into one world government. In fact, I revealed on this broadcast that is the sole aim of his book, The Quickening, is to prepare the populace to accept the concept that one world government is not only coming, but that it's necessary. And I quoted him right out of his book to that effect.
What do you think? A cape with Millennium Master on it? Would that be good?
Here again, well, you know, you might get some black from the M&M Mars company since they've already got M&M as kind of a
everybody sues everybody.
Copyright trade.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. And Mr. Millennium would be no different. Huh.
It's an idea, though.
How about just ABC? Art Bell's cape.
Art Bell, by the way, has dubbed himself Millennium Master, or Mr. Millennium. And you'll find that on his website, that he is now called Mr. Millennium, or Master Millennium. And with this little series here, they are ridiculing any perception or any idea that anyone in a secret society or fraternal order could possibly be involved in anything other than, well, you know, some boyish pranks, dancing around candles in robes at midnight, taking silly oaths that actually mean nothing.
Well, that might be an idea too. Of course, American Broadcasting Corporation might be a little upset by that.
Maybe tipped off Art Bell's cult, ABC.
That could work too.
Thanks for the...
Or Art Bell's conspiracy.
Goodbye. We'll see you later. Yep, you bet. First.
And that's it, folks. That was the little play that they gave us on the Art Bell Show just a few nights ago. I died laughing. And since our reception here is not too good, being that this is news, I took it right off his website. And it is news, because it is a deception. And I would challenge Art Bell, you and your buddy caller, you lied. Now sue me. I've just been waiting for that, because if it ever gets in court, we can have discovery and all that kind of stuff, and we can really find the truth. Isn't it funny, ladies and gentlemen, that Art Bell, John Lear, Lieutenant Colonel James Bobo Gritz, and a whole bunch of others all started out in Las Vegas. It's because they all belong to the same lodge. All of them. The same lodge, ladies and gentlemen. After all, it's the city with the Luxor Hotel and the MGM Grand, which, by the way, from the air looks a lot different than it does from the ground. It's a huge green cross. What was the first flag that Columbus planted on the shore when he landed in the New World? It was a white flag with a green cross. It was not the flag of Spain. That was the next one. The first flag he planted represented whatever secret order it was that he really represented. And, of course, if you visited the Luxor, you really took a trip into symbology. And notice that the lion of the MGM Grand is looking directly at the Luxor. And so, we have sort of made a little circle here, haven't we? This just complements the many tapes that we've done on these subjects, most of which are much more meaningful than what you've heard so far tonight. However, what you've heard tonight should be illuminating, to say the least, and should cause you to open your eyes, should cause you to listen a little better. Here's my admonition to everyone. I don't care who you are. Listen to everyone. Read everything. Believe absolutely nothing. Not even what I say, not what your mother says, not what your priest says, not what your minister says, not what your brother says, not what your boss says, and especially not what your teachers say, unless you can prove it in your own research that you must conduct with due diligence. The truth is elusive at best. And anyone who relies upon anyone else to tell them the truth is in reality a puppet. A puppet. Belonging, heart and soul, to that person. And whenever they pull the strings, of course, you believing that they're telling you the truth, you will dance to that tune. And you will dance until you're exhausted and fall down dead, if that's what they want you to do. But you will be enslaved mentally within the confines of your own skull because of your own stupidity. This is the age of deception, ladies and gentlemen. This is the most deceptive age in all of the history of the world. If you think people were deceived in the past, if you have read history and you think people were living in ignorance, if you think that they were deceived by their kings, their queens, their sultans, their emirs, their lords, their masters, their religions, their governments, their families, whoever, those people had it made compared to the modern man and woman. Because information is so pervasive and so easy to control. Not only easy to control, but easy to warp and change and manipulate. Especially with television. People would much rather watch something than read something. And they don't much like to hear anything at all. Under circumstances like that, ladies and gentlemen, people can be mesmerized, their minds can be controlled, neutralized, and maybe even eliminated, simply by the little boob tube in their living room. If the person speaking to them, or if they perceive the broadcast to have been created by authority, they will believe it without question. And that goes for at least 95% of the population, of any given population. Most people will look around for someone who will tell them what they already have decided they wish to believe, and when they find someone who will tell them that, they will follow them without question because it makes them feel good. Isn't it amazing that many people choose Art Bell to be that person? Because he gives them a fantasy world that they would rather believe exists than the reality of the one in which they live.